Good morning, everybody. Good morning. A little louder. That's nice. Are you all set for the day? We are happy to welcome you once again. And seeing the hall packed is definitely elevated our spirits. And we are all set to start in a few minutes. The session is going to start from Marvel. All those who were here yesterday are aware where Marvel is. It's on the fifth floor, just a reminder. I would request teachers and students of grades 7 and 8 to get up first and start walking towards Marvel. Students of grades 7 and 8, along with the teachers, to walk to the Marvel. If you've taken a look at the agenda, you will know, yes, there was supposed to be a little welcome note out here, but since the program that follows is in Marble, we'll all get settled out there. Morning. Yes, keep walking. Students of grades 9 and 10 to follow. Students of grades 9 and 10 to follow and assemble in the Marvel on the fifth floor. All right, keep walking, please. Do not stand on the stairs. It blocks the way. Keep walking down. Everybody will be going to the Marvel. It's just one at a time. Please keep wearing your ID cards. All right, now the rest of you all can follow, please. Ma'am, everybody has to proceed to the Marvel. Yeah. Careful, if you can walk to the side and take the staircase, that would be nice. Thank you, children. You inspire us. So many of you, and yet silently you proceed to the next venue. We appreciate it. Enjoy the session today. Make the most of it.
Can I please request all the students sitting on the top? Could you please come down? Let's fill in the space. Everyone who's sitting all the way on the top, please, could you come down and fill the space here? Grade 11 students, before I hand over the mic to Ruchi ma'am, please come down. All of you. Everyone. Once we fill the spaces in the front, then we'll ask you to move up. Meanwhile, everybody remains in the first 10 rows. How is Sunday going for all of you so far? It's going good? Distinguished guests and industry professionals, we are honored to host today's panel discussion, Evergreen Industries. Will today's giants exist tomorrow? We have with us in our panel discussion Mr. Ankit Mandania, founder Visit Mahindra. He comes with a solid background in investment banking, having worked with prestigious firms like Lehman Brothers in New York and Barclays in Singapore. Next, we have Mr. Abhinay, PVS RS Brothers, Retail India. He is a second generation entrepreneur from his family. Next, we have Mr. Emmanuel, Investment Director at Caspian. Mr. Emmanuel More is the Investment Director at Caspian, a social impact investment firm. He has over 40 years of rich and diverse experience in agriculture. Next, we have Managing Director Mr. Tausif, BMR Construction. He's a seasoned executive with expertise in engineering and management. Additionally, Mr. Tausif is a Vice Chairman of Lord's Institute of Engineering Technology, guiding 5,000 plus students with industry-relevant training and partnerships. And then we have Dr. Chandrasekhar, CEO, Jain Heritage Schools. Dr. Chandrasekhar ranked among India's top 1% of professional speakers. He has addressed over 50,000 people across 4 continents. And we have with us Mr. Zoe T. Sehorwala, Head Drug Regulatory Affairs, Work Hard Limited, Mumbai for Evergreen Industries. Pharmacist by academic training, a pharma professional with over 25 years of industry experience in the area of quality. And could I also welcome our moderator for today, Aaron? We welcome you. As a talented grade 12 science student and accomplished MUN secretary, Aaron brings exceptional leadership and communication skills to the table. Let's give a warm welcome to Aaron, please. We're ready to begin.
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, good morning to all the students that are present. So first to begin, I'm sure everyone knows what an evergreen industry is. If you don't, that's fine. That's why we have our panelists here to walk us through it and tell us about the industries and what careers might be present in these industries and what we can expect in the future. So I guess there's no reason to delay. We'll get into our first question to Ankit sir. That being, your industries are often considered evergreen. What makes these sectors fundamentally essential to the economy, regardless of technological changes or economic cycles?
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Very humble to share the stage presence with some very accomplished panelists. Thank you, Aaron. I think, as Aaron mentioned, the term evergreen industries relates to all the industries that have been since we know the advent of mankind, whether it is healthcare, whether it is food consumption, whether it is logistics. So I come from logistics background, and forever, wherever there has been production of goods and consumption of goods, you've always had somebody who is able to take it from one place to the other. So logistics that way has been there since then. Only change is that earlier people used to walk kilometers and deliver stuff to today where things are being delivered on drones, and we have to traverse that journey. So coming back to your question, Aaron, I think most of the evergreen industries always need to make sure that they are constantly reinventing themselves There is a constant need to become more and more efficient and keep creating value for whoever seeks those services or those goods. And technology only enables these industries to kind of keep moving forward. Also, coming from the startup ecosystem, I think we have to be cognizant that there are a lot of entrepreneurs, some in this room today, who will go on to disrupt some of these industries, and we have to be wary of what these changes are coming in terms of regulations, policies, and many a times using technology to kind of drive this forward.
Thank you so much, sir. That being said, talking about entrepreneurs, just so that our panelists get an idea of how many of us want to start our own business, can we have a show of hands for how many people want to be entrepreneurs? Because yesterday I know I saw a lot. Exactly. So thank you, sir. I'm sure all of these numbers are definitely paying attention to what you said, along with the technological advancements that we're making. And of course, as the young generation, we're looking to see how we can make an impact using those technologies. So with the next question, we have Chandreskar, sir. That being, many evergreen industries are facing significant disruptions. How is your business adapting to stay competitive while keeping core business values intact?
Thank you, Aaron. I think that's a very pertinent question because long ago there was this popular saying which said that ideas are the currency of the 21st century. If I have to rephrase that saying in today's context, execution is the Bitcoin of this century. Ideas are many, and to get to the point about your question, there is nothing called evergreen. I mean, some of us, we grew up listening to healthcare is an evergreen business, education is an evergreen business, logistics, transportation is an evergreen business. So, but today, as he rightly said, that if you are complacent when you are at the top, or even when you are on your way to the top, not before or not much time goes in you slipping off. I mean, some of you must have heard of this brand called Nokia, right? Your parents have all been customers of Nokia. We all took great pride in having a Nokia phone. I think 3300 is a very popular model. Today, I think it's available only in the museums. Kodak, camera. Somebody went to them and spoke to them about the digitization of photography, and Kodak outrightly rejected, saying that I don't care, I am already the market leader. Today, the power is in your hands. All of you have, what is that new phone? iPhone 16, 48 megapixel camera, right? So that's the beauty of innovation and execution. Why that? Take WhatsApp. WhatsApp, when they went to propose the idea that you need to do this, people rejected, and then they became a worldwide phenomenon. So there are many things which can show us the direction, and that is it's about ideas being executed well. So to come to your question, when it is about what does it take for you to stay on top, be an evergreen industry, and keep innovating and keep doing things, I think the first thing is you need to have the mindset to execute it. And as the great the fashionable statement goes, it says about hustle, scale fast. So whatever ideas you have, even in education, we do that. To be in top of our game, we constantly keep looking for what are the new things, new trends, and then how can we bring it to the value for the stakeholders? Can we add value to our stakeholders? And as long as we constantly keep adding value to our stakeholders, at least, I'm not saying you will be on top, but you will have a shot at being at the top. But if you stop, then you dwindle down the ladder. That's my view.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, as you said, I'm sure all of us have heard that hustle and making sure that ideas are properly executed is one of the most important things to being an entrepreneur. And I'm sure we've seen many schools do that, especially in COVID. I'm sure all of us have seen online sessions, online classes. That I think is a perfect example of what sir said, when adapting to changes means that you stay in the game. That being said, our next question goes to Zohair, sir. That being, which emerging companies or technologies pose the greatest threat to established players in your industry? How do you stay ahead of these competitors?
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. And thank you, Ms. Trupti, for having me here. I'm really honored. And Aaron, you have a very sacred name. Aaron led Moses to the right path. So he's leading all of us for this today's session. Congratulations, right? And you've been doing a great job. So I don't know whether I need to still take your questions because you've already interviewed me down there. Okay. Anyways, so I represent a pharmaceutical industry, and in any panel discussion that I participate or any conference, where I'm delivering the talk on any subject, or for that matter, any technical presentations also, I always start my presentation with this quote by George Merck. So Merck is one of the biggest pharmaceutical company that ever existed, and it exists and will continue to exist. So it says, and that will set the tone for all the students here. So it's all about medicines and business. So it says that we try to remember that medicine is for the patient. We try never to forget that medicine is for the people. It is not for the profits. The profits will follow. And if we have remembered that, they have never failed to appear. So with that premise, now answering your question, number one, in pharma today or in healthcare, you cannot say that there is a competition, right? Because the core purpose here, the customers are patients. So you don't compete for patients, right? So it's more of collaboration now, okay? So it is the collaboration of knowledge, it is the collaboration of technology and science, and it is the collaboration of research. All right. So what we saw, what pandemic gave us, right? So pandemic in all of us who are alive, who passed, so we are in a post-pandemic era. So we saw a pre-pandemic era, we successfully passed through the pandemic. All those who departed, they departed. Right. So for all of us here, now what we see, pandemic has brought a lot of collaboration, right? And that is what has become the voice of the future. And even the entrepreneurship of the future is going to be a collaborative entrepreneurship. Huh? So it can be that, the mind or the brain works in one particular area of expertise. But that just expertise, and if you would see, as I was talking to you, now healthcare, how it is defined today. The healthcare is defined today from hospital to logistics. It is not just that, I'm a maker, I'm a developer of a drug, and, I just develop, but I need someone to market the product or sell the product or to have the product reach the patients. All right? So that's the entire ecosystem now. Not, I would not say it is in getting established, it has already been established. All right? So now the thing is, who has to integrate now is the government bodies. And I think pandemic has given a good lesson to all of us. Right? So that's what is my short take on your loaded question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So that being said, as sir mentioned during the pandemic, we, all of us, not just us students, but I'm sure parents as well, noticed the updates that were going on, the exchanges that were happening between different countries, hospitals working overtime, doctors moving from different hospitals, working together, and that collaboration being formed. As sir said, I think that is amazingly beautiful. And of course, that does represent what we're talking about, an evergreen industry, a career that will always be there, no matter what, to help the people. And as sir said, the question of competition is not more so whether or not you're competing with a business, especially in medicine, but to help people in the best way you can. That being said, our next question goes to Tawseef sir. That being, how has technological advancement, particularly in AI, automation, and data analytics, changed your industry in the recent years? Are these changes permanent or temporary?
Hello. Good morning to the esteemed panelists, all the other students who are here. I think firstly I should congratulate the organizing team for putting together such a wonderful event and giving these kids an opportunity to learn from so many distinguished speakers here. Coming to construction sector, see, if you look at it traditionally, construction has been one of the last adopters for any kind of technology that comes into play. If you look at the present situation as well, even with AI, if you compare it with, say, pharma or a supply chain, the adoption is pretty slow, but there is still a lot of work going on. There are a lot of changes that are happening. For any business, anything that creates value will always be there. And AI is something that has a huge impact across different sectors. In terms of construction, say for example, I have to come up with a plan for a project. There are so many softwares here, there are so many softwares that are already in place that can I just have to put in the inputs that this is the dimensions of the property, these are my specs that I want, and it'll come up with very fancy plans, multiple options. So today, if I have to do it, I don't need to go to my architect who will give me 5 plans. The AI model that is there, it will come up with 100 plans with multiple permutations and combinations, and I have a lot of choice for the customer. Similarly, AI is there to completely change how structural designing is done. It will completely automate the structural designing for a project. When you come to project management, when you come to project execution, AI will help us in making sure the project becomes more safe for the laborers. The execution of the project is more safe. The project management, the project planning, wherein it will give us the optimum utilization of resources. It will give us a proper plan. It will assess the risk involved in a particular aspect. So when you talk about, say, at the handing over part as well, AI will actually enable a more sustainable utilization of resources. In terms of, say, it will automate a lot of the chores that are involved in say, a residential society. The security can be outsourced through AI. The gatekeeping can be outsourced through AI. At every aspect, if you look at construction, there is a lot of push towards adoption of technology, and just how the other sectors will change the consumer mindset, everybody will start expecting the same across different fields. And that is what is going to change. And I think construction will also move in the same direction, and these changes are going to be there. Once a consumer adapts to a certain mindset, if he is used to a certain convenience, he expects it across the sectors. And same thing applies to construction.
Thank you, sir. Again, as students, I'm sure all of us know that with AI, especially in our generation, there's so many uses for it. But I think, as sir mentioned, it doesn't just stop at uses for the company, but uses for us. When you're using AI, for example, Swara AI, you're able to envision things based on a prompt you give them, right? So as sir said, in construction, you could imagine your dream home. And of course, as sir said, you can then use AI to make sure that it happens. So that's an incredible sort of thought process to think about, especially as students looking to get into careers. So with that being said, our first round of questions are done. I hope if you have questions, you've noted them down, because at the end of this second round, we'll be entertaining questions and be opening the floor. So with that being said, to begin our second round of questions, again, a question to Ankit sir, that being, many industries face significant challenges during the global pandemic. What lessons did you learn? And how did your business evolve to be more resilient in the face of the current crisis and in future crises?
So I think pandemic, unfortunately, has been one event all of us have lived through and have had a lot of personal and professional realizations. So one such for us, Wizard was a bootstrapped company, and 23rd March, I still remember the lockdown being announced. Me and my founder scrambling together because we are looking through our books and saying that another 30 days of this lockdown and we will actually go down under. We wouldn't have money to pay salaries and we would actually shut shop. In fact, the conversation went to the extent that for how many years both of us will need to go back to some regular paying jobs, and how many years we will take to pay off the debts that we have accumulated in the company. From there onwards, I think what logistics transformed in the pandemic, it became an essential service. A lot of us sitting here today are starting to order more things at the doorstep, and with the flip of a switch, in that 1 month, it changed the complete necessity of what the services that we were offering. But a few realizations have stayed with us through that episode. One, that we became a lot more financially prudent in terms of focusing our unit economics, in terms of capital allocation, in terms of planning for the future. And thereby, we needed to have more partnerships in terms of bringing in more financial investors into the company. Second, which was something that me and my founder realized, was that there was inherent resilience with the team that we were working with. You know, when the going gets so tough, you need an army of people to kind of get out of a sticky situation. And I don't know how many of you have seen the movie 300, where 300 Spartans take over a large army. After the pandemic, we felt like we were Spartans. You know, we were invincible. We could take on any problem that came, and it wasn't just logistics. We were saying, if not this, we will go on to solve for bigger problems. And lastly, I think the camaraderie and the brotherhood that you feel when you come out of a situation like this makes you resilient for a lot more challenges that will come off your way. You know, and we actually use that time to spend a lot of funds in terms of developing technology, so that 3-4 months after the pandemic was behind us, we could use that to leverage a lot more operations, increase the scale of business. So I think, you know, such times also give you a lot of opportunities to focus on what you can invest in and kind of look at the road ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. I think an amazing point that sir mentioned was, as you've listened to him, all evergreen industries does not mean that it's going to be an easy ride throughout, right? We're going to be experiencing some challenges, some troubles, some ways that we have to think about to overcome these situations. And I think that ties into what Zohair said as well. In the pandemic, we had to work together. And of course, it's only trial by fire that where you can expect other challenges in the future and prepare for them. So that being said, I think we have another speaker that we'd love to invite for us to understand evergreen industries even more. Can I call onto the stage Umayma? That being said, I apologize for the disruption. We will continue with some questions. That being the next set of questions going to Chandreskar, sir. Many industries, like education, are considered evergreen. How do you see the rise of decentralization reshaping the traditional models? Do you think it will enhance or challenge the long-term stability of the sector?
Well, I think that's a very interesting and very good question from the perspective of two things. What COVID, we have been speaking about COVID since the morning of this panel, and what COVID did was bring in educational technology to the forefront, connecting the learner from the facilitator or with the facilitator through the medium of technology. Now, the question here is about how this is going to get disrupting for the education sector, because education has always been considered as the evergreen sector. Yes. The fact is that education is definitely going to be one of the most important cornerstone for economic development of any nation, and in that context, it is going to be an evergreen sector. There is no doubt about it. But then, there is also the second part to the question, which talks about the stability and decentralization of this mechanism of delivery. And that I agree completely that yes, the delivery mechanisms are getting changed and broken down, and now it's more about how the consumer of knowledge or content is going to decide when, where, and how they want to engage with this particular thing. I think yesterday I was going through your day 1, day 2 program. Yesterday you had a panel where you had somebody from Coursera talking about it. So take an example of a Coursera or a Udemy or many such micro-sized or bite-sized courses. I mean, even Harvard has their programs which is available for all of us online, and we can go and learn at our own pace, and we can do it the way we want. So education has seen a change in that perspective, that it's going to be broken down where the consumer is going to be at the forefront. Those days, it was all about the facilitator or the teacher or the educator or the institution which will decide, okay, this is the course, this is the timeline, this is the duration, this is how I'm going to give you the knowledge transfer. Today, the whole tables have turned and the consumer is at the forefront of decision making. That's one. Second, the decentralization piece is also a very interesting piece. What does that mean? Now the time has come for specialized knowledge. It is not about generic knowledge. One person would talk about everything. Those days are gone. Today you pick and choose who are the specifics. To make it very simple for all of you, now when you come to grade 11, when you come to grade 12, although you have a teacher and they teach you science, but you want to go to a specific physics teacher, you want to go to a specific chemistry teacher, that means you know that there I can get absolute value for that particular subject. Education is also seeing that change where even micro programs or micro learning modules are getting specific in nature. For example, you're talking about AI, even prompting. How can you write a prompt which is the most efficient prompt for you to get the most desired output on ChatGPT or any other generative AI platform is again a course. In fact, yesterday I was just taking an Instagram reel and I came across one thing about basics of physiotherapy. Physiotherapy for common man. Now, when I grew up, for me, physiotherapy means you call a physiotherapist, get them into the place when you broke a bone or when you can kind of get into rejuvenation or rehabilitation, you need. But today, people are talking about you can learn physiotherapy for maybe your feet or maybe your knee or your elbow. That's the thing. So micro learning is the way the whole education edifice is getting decentralized.
Hello. I think sir is definitely right. Again, as 10th, 11th, and 12th students, we see so many courses for us to prepare for JEE, IIT, all of those different courses to make sure that we're ready and prepared. Of course, along with these courses, as sir said, there are definitely different softwares. Sometimes it's even games in the form of mathematics to help you improve, right? So I'm sure what sir said sticks with most of us. That being, wrapping up with our last few questions to our respective panelists. For Zohair sir, in the field of medicine, we're seeing both divergence through advanced technologies and convergence towards traditional remedies like Ayurveda and herbal treatments. How do you think this blending of modern and ancient practices will shape the future of the healthcare industry?
See, internet has brought a huge revolution. Now, this statement is not anything of today, but whenever internet was invented, I would say, right? And people started turning savvy, and now I can say that they have turned experts. So what we call it, the Gyan University is on internet, right? So we have WhatsApp Gyan, we have Insta Gyan, and all that stuff. But having said that, what has happened here? It is like, as a customers, and if we talk about medicines, there are three aspects of the way we as humans have started looking at medicine. One is our own wellness. Other is something personalized, as you rightly said, Dr. Chandrasekhar, that a physiotherapy today has a scale of what I can do on my own and where I need the physiotherapist, the specialist. And the third part is the treatment, right? So if you read the books of medicines, the wellness part, right, in Indian system of medicines, or if we speak about India, China, Greek, right, or Japanese, these kind of, or Greek medicine is the Unani medicine, we call it. So if we all put all as Ayurveda, because everything is herbal there, everything is towards the wellness. They lead you to the preventive side of it. So we have become very aware of good life, right? So I can just quote Dr. Reddy's here, that Dr. Reddy's turned their motto line as "Good health can't wait." Right? Earlier, when I used to work for Dr. Reddy's, it was life, research, and hope. And at Wokhart, where I work today, we say life wins. right? So everything is towards the wellness. Now, when it comes to treatment, let's say, was it COVID or anything of a severe kind, as like something as cancerous which needs to be treated, it cannot go the Ayurveda way because the time it will take or the time it may take, there is always a risk versus benefit assessment being taken. So as we see in COVID, we took the risk of bringing the vaccine as soon as possible types, right? So that a huge mass of human beings could be saved. So that's where the modern medical treatment comes into play. But modern medical treatment, when it comes into play, is like as I said, risk benefit. So is it a risk to save a life versus is it a benefit of to save the life versus risk of certain side effects, right? So the medical professionals do take those calls. So therefore, the traditional system of medicine and the modern system of medicine today is at a right amalgamation or is at a cusp. So we would need both, right? I cannot say that the needle only moves to the Ayurvedic system or the needle only moves to the modern system of medicine. All right? I hope that answers.
Yes, it does. So,
Thank you so much, Aaron. And I'd like to conclude that that was an excellent panel discussion. I hope everybody had all their doubts cleared. All right, moving on. Can I please request Ruchi ma'am and Subhadra ma'am to please come on the stage and honor the panelists, please? Can I get a big round of applause? So, Ruchi ma'am, stand up, sir. Let's give it up for Aaron. Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we have with us the guest of honor, Mr. Kiran Kumar Reddy, ex-Chief Minister. He's going to be joining us. How many of you attended the life coach session by Ms. Priya Rajiv? How was the session? Good. What did you learn? Just do it, like Nike. Great. Wonderful. So now, can some of you tell me what are your takeaways from these 2 days of workshop? Like, what would you think that you would like to change in your life? Did any of these workshops kind of inspire you or helped you? Zoya, you have something to tell me? Yeah, what are you going to take back from these sessions? Edutainment for sure. That's been a big hit since 2 days, edutainment. And what else? What is that's inspiring you? Anybody from high school? I see Yuvika smiling. Okay, she's thinking about something. Zuhair, you have something to say? We'll just pass the mic.
See if it is on. 30 seconds. For the thing.
We should always give people more time, and we should never just react to a situation. We should always understand everyone and see their point of views always. And we have to be way more understanding than we are right now. Always respond, never react.
Thank you, Zoher. I think we can sum it up in one word. Instead of reacting, we learn to respond. Okay? Respond instead of react.
Someone else raised their hand. Who was it? Somebody from high school? Anybody from Nikhila ma'am's class?
Children, we are all aware of the next session, right? We are going to be inviting the guest of honor, Mr. Kiran Kumar, who's the ex-Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. And we'll all rise up when he enters and give him a nice welcome with a round of applause, okay? Children, please rise up. We extend a warm welcome to Mr. Kiran Kumar Reddy, ex-Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, yeah. A nice warm welcome with the flower bouquet by Pradeep sir, our founder. Flowers speak volumes.
Mr. Kiran Kumar Reddy, former Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh. N. Kumar Reddy, sir, is a seasoned Indian politician who served as the 16th and last Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh from 2010 to 2014. Young politicians can be inspired by him. Mr. Kiran was an active sportsman, excelling in cricket, football, hockey, basketball, and table tennis. He played cricket at the state level, was captain of Osmania University and South Zone teams. He also participated in the Hyderabad Ranji Trophy team. Elected as an MLA in 1989, Mr. Kiran served for 20 years as a member of Legislative Assembly, and he was also the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. We welcome you, sir.
Sindhuru Reddy, Pradeep is my cousin, all my this thing. All the youngsters who have come here, it's a pleasure talking to all of you. And your theme of your program, YOLO, you only live once. What a great theme it is. This does not mean that you enjoy every day. But I'll tell you one thing, I am 64 years old. You are in the best phase of your life. So you have to live every day happily and do what you want. That does not mean go into bad habits. You can read, play sports, you can go for a movie. You've got so many things to do these days. The most important thing for an youngster today is, why should you study? What are you expecting from education? Can anyone tell me? Anyone wants to answer this? Why should you study and what are you expecting from education? For a job. Job and career, all these things will always be there. But education should help you first to discover yourself. What is that you like? What is that you want to do? What is that which gives you pleasure? Discover yourself means you should have a clear understanding of yourself. Education is for taking a correct decision at the correct time. Everything in your life is a decision. What you want to study, which college you want to go, which job you want to do, where you want to settle, and finally where you want to marry, whom you want to marry. All these are decisions which education should help you to take the right decision at the right time. That is what education is about. A student is for life. Don't think once you finish your graduation or post-graduation, you are over. Even I am a student. Every day I learn something. Unless you keep upgrading yourself and learning things, throughout your life, we are a student and we have to get knowledge which is positive and use it in our life. What is the most important thing in schooling? First, you discover yourself. What is that you like? Why you like it? Whether what you like, you can make it a profession, or it is only a hobby. You can't make money out of it. You have to first have that clarity of thought, consistency of thought. After that, you have to pursue your goal. Why I am saying this is, I'll give you by some examples little later on. That clarity of thought should come to you. What you want to do, how you want to do, how do you achieve your aim? And that aim should not change daily. One day you want to become a pilot, one day you want to become a cricketer, one day you want to become a film actor, one day you want to become a singer. It will not work. So make up your mind, have that consistency, clarity of thought, consistency of thought, and nothing comes easy in life. You have to work hard for whatever goal you want to be. I call it the 4 Ds. You should have the correct direction. You should have the discipline to achieve whatever you want. You should have the dedication to do it. You should have the determination to do it. These 4 things are very critical for you to achieve something in life. Another important factor I should tell you here is hard work is the key. Success always does not come. Success and failure you should be able to take in the correct slide. Once you are successful, don't be overjoyed by it. Once you fail, don't get dejected. So throughout our life, success and failure is a part of it. All of you see cricket? One person gets 100 one day. Next day he becomes out in the first ball. So however hard you might work, a luck factor should be there. So you should continuously be working hard to achieve your goal. Clarity of thought, what I meant was, I went as a chief guest in a convocation for NIFT, National Institute of Fashion Technology. I was called as a chief guest to give the degrees to the children there. To my surprise, the first person who came first in that, got most of the gold medals, was a doctor in NIFT, National Institute of Fashion Technology. I said, you are a MBBS doctor? He said, yes, sir. My parents forced me to become their parents also were in that meeting. My parents wanted me to become a doctor. So I studied MBBS, I became a doctor. I practiced for 2 years. Then I realized then he got into PG also, MD also. Then I realized this is not my field. I would like to do fashion technology. So 7 years of his life he wasted because he could not convince his parents that he wanted to do fashion technology. Their parents should have yielded to him, or he should have convinced the parents. Please don't do that. Life is very precious and you only live once. Your theme is that. So you want to do anything, convince your parents, tell them this is what I want to do. And even parents, very few parents are here. So parents also should give that liberty to the children to achieve what they want. Unless they like what they are doing, it is very difficult for the child to concentrate on certain things he does not like. All of you watch cricket? You've heard of Harsha Bhogle? Have you heard of Harsha Bhogle? He studied with me in school. In school, from the time he was in 6th, 7th class, his only aim was to become a cricket commentator. That time there was no TV, there was no, only radio commentary used to be there. We used to have a lot of debates and a lot of quiz competitions in the school. He stood first in most of them. So from the age he was in 6th or 7th class, his only aim was to become a cricket commentator in the radio. He did his engineering, then he went to IIM Ahmedabad. He did successful there. He was successful. He is an IIM graduate, MBA. He got into, when he started, he was a radio commentator. Now he is a world-renowned TV commentator also. So he set his goal at a very young age. He was never very good at playing cricket. He was very good at talking cricket. That is how you have to pursue your aim of whatever you want. And he has been successful and he likes what he is doing and he is being paid for what he is doing. So that is very important. You've heard of Azharuddin, who was the captain of the Indian team? Yes or no? You have forgotten him. He was the captain of Indian team and he has played nearly 99 tests. He has played under my captaincy for 4 or 5 years. He was never captain of the college. He was not captain of under 22. He was not captain of South Zone. I was captain of under 22, under 25, South Zone universities, Usmania University. But I did not have the persuasion that I should play for India. That was not my goal. I only enjoyed cricket. I played cricket only for enjoyment. But he had set his goal that he wanted to become a cricketer and he wanted to play for the country. In fact, I also was offered a job in 4 or 5 jobs after my graduation because of my cricket. I got a job in a bank. I got Indian Airlines asked me, Railways asked me, but I didn't go into it. That's a different story. So success never comes easily. You have to work hard for success. I can tell you some names who are world leaders today who have studied in public school. Satya Nadella. He's studied from public school. You know who Satya Nadella is? Microsoft. He's heading the world Microsoft, which is one of the biggest companies in the world. Ajay Bang. He is World Bank president. He is also from public school. Shantanu Narayan, Adobe. He is also from public school. He was 1 year junior to me in public school. He was very good at rowing and he was very good at quiz and debate also. So these are all world leaders who have grown from Hyderabad to lead the world in their respective fields. So you will have to work very hard with lot of direction and lot of dedication to continuously achieve what you want. And I recommend that all of you should play sports. Sports will teach you to win and lose and get ready for the next match. These days, people don't play much sports. So they are not mentally prepared to take failures. Victory and failure should be taken in the same slide. Otherwise, it is very difficult for you to succeed. No one succeeds at the first time. Failure is the first footstep for success. The more you fail, the more hard you should work and you should succeed. That is very important for children to develop, and this comes very easily in sports. So sports, I request the management to make sports compulsory. When we were young, sports was compulsory for nearly 1 hour or 2 hours. We had to go to a ground and play something, whatever we like. Some of you might like to become sportsmen also. That's also a very challenging career and very good career also. But the lifespan is very less. So you will have to prepare for all that. Anyone knows about ancient history? When did it start and all? Ancient history is from 6000 BC to about 650 AD. Why I'm talking to you about ancient history is, all of us have become ancient people now. When we were young, there was no electricity. There was no TV. There was no cell phone. Of course, there was no information technology. If you go to a cricket match, the only way of learning in the school or for playing cricket was your coach teaching you or your teacher teaching you. Otherwise, there was no other way of learning and what is happening in the world. You go to a cricket match, there was no TV there. You can't see the ball. So you see someone has hit a 4, but you can't watch how he is playing. Today is not like that. Your time is different. You are modern kids today. Anyone has heard of trunk call? Lift your hand. Anyone knows what a trunk call is? Not our age. Not elders. None of you know. Earlier on, when the telephones came first, we could not talk from one city to another city. You had to book a call. There's to be 3 or 4 types of calls. You book a call, it could come today, it could come the next day. You have to wait for that call to come. You had urgent calls, you had lightning calls, that is 5 times, 10 times the price of a trunk call. Today, I don't know how many of you have got phones in your house also. Everyone is shifted to cell phones. Telegram is discontinued. That was the only way of communicating urgently earlier on. So your age is blessed in a way. The information is at your fingertip because of net. The first time I saw a TV was in 1977. I had gone to about 8-10 countries, including Australia, to play cricket. Suddenly I saw a TV, which is a color TV. TV came into India in 1983, especially in our parts of this thing. We have never seen a TV. So today you get about 250, 300 channels on the TV. So all this information you have at your fingertips, please use it positively and for the good of your upbringing. Don't misuse your liberty which your parents or teacher give you of using the internet in the wrong way. Selecting the wrong way or the correct way is in your hands. You have to select the correct way of what information you want and get it from, you can get it in any way today. Today, everything is accessible to you. So please use them correctly and to achieve your goals. Never get dejected or never get that I am not able to succeed. Success will ultimately come when you are working hard and when you have continuous work in it. What are the most powerful professions you have or who are influencers in our society? 1, politics. How many of you want to become politicians? Hope, good. Film stars, sportsmen. These are the 3 most unpredictable professions you have, but once you achieve, these are the most influential on the society is by these 3. Politicians they make the policies of the government, both in the center, in the state. What reaches you, what every person has to go through in this country is you elect the party you want. As a democracy, the party gives some policies, you like it, you elect the next government or you reject it. During our freedom, after our freedom struggle, there was a big debate whether vote should be given to illiterate people. There was a big debate. And they said it should be uniform, everyone should get 1 vote, irrespective of his education, irrespective of gender, irrespective of property or anything. A lot of you might not know, in I think US, women got her vote nearly 80 or 100 years after their independence. The black people got their vote nearly 70 or 80 years after independence. But India is a country where we have got, everyone has got 1 vote, irrespective of where he belongs. The most unfortunate development, what is happening today, the most illiterate who stay in the villages, the highest polling is in their booths. The most literate, the most elite, the most rich, lowest polling is in those places. How does a democracy function when the intellectuals and when the rich and when the influential people don't cast their vote? They have to give their decision of the right thing. So in the urban areas, if you see, whichever is the most posh area, it will be has the least polling. That is not good in a democracy. Democracies, you have to select the right people. And politics is a very difficult profession, yes, but that is a profession which our country, our state depends on that profession, because they make all the policies, your education policy, your sports policy, employment policy, everything depends on them. So whoever wants any profession you select, it is hard work, it is continuous hard work, and you have to, and these are most uncertain professions. There is one saying which says, there is no Pandit who can say which film is going to become a hit and which party is going to come to power. Did you understand what I say? What I said? The most successful of actors and most successful of producers take out a very good film thinking that it will become a success, it becomes an utter failure. So also governments. People send the government away, or people don't support the government when they don't like it. So this is part of the change which comes. So it is very important that the most influential, even a cricketer is a very influential person. The sports person, any sports person, javelin throw, he got a gold medal. He was he became very popular. They are all role models for our society. So select a profession, please pursue the profession. Except hard work, nothing works. Success will ultimately come to you when it has to come to you, and that continuous hard work is required. I hope I didn't take much of your time. I hope I didn't bore you. What is this? This elder gentleman is telling all this lecture to us. But one thing I should tell you, but you are in the best phase of your life. Enjoy your life. Enjoy what you are doing. When you come to my age, you will realize that the best phase of your life was your school life. And you make your best friends during school life who are always with you till the end. These friends are with you whether you are successful or a failure. These are the two major things I wanted to impress upon you. Make good friends, be happy, do what you want, but that does not mean getting into bad habits. You decide what you want and pursue the thing you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening our students about the purpose of life. I'm sure they will take this as a lifelong learning. Though the opportunities are plenty, they will choose the right path of their interest. I'd like to now call upon Sindhu ma'am, Varun sir, Pradeep sir on stage, and Trupti ma'am also, to please honor Mr. Kiran Kumar Reddy sir. And also Srilaja ma'am. And also ma'am, could we request ma'am to join us? Thank you so much, sir. Can we all please stand up? Thank you, children. Please sit down. All right. Grade 7 and 8 will go down to Marvel. Your next session is with Mr. Soumya Ranjan, and the master class is Master Your Money, Learning Financial Freedom. So grade 7 and 8, please go down to Marvel on the 5th floor. Your next workshop is about mastering your money, learning financial freedom. Seventh, eighth, and ninth. Students of grade 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Yeah. Children session, parallel session on Master Your Class is happening in Marvel. You've been excellent out here. Please continue the decorum. Students of grades 7, 8, and 9. Grade 9 will join these students now in Marvel. Grade 10, 11, 12 will stay back. Grades 7, 8, and 9. Please join in Marvel. And we have to give it to these children, Umema ma'am,
Yes.
for moving up and down and in decorum, encouraging the speakers and listening to them.
Please, a big
Yes,
round of
a
applause
big-
for yourself.
Absolutely.
Thank
Good
you
job,
for
children.
being
Yes.
such a wonderful audience.
Yeah. We'll all walk straight to Marble.
We'll begin with our master class with Mr. Mohit Sharma. Children, we request you to please come in front, occupy the stairs in the front. We have a lot of space. Please requesting all the high school students to come down, step forward. Hello.
Please settle down, children. All of you can stay here now. Anish, wherever there is place, sit. Thank you.
Students, are you ready? So we have with us Mr. Mohit Sharma, Franklin Templeton. Mr. Mohit is the director and co-head Sales India. He is responsible for the sales function and provides strategic direction to the sales team. We welcome you, sir. Can I get a warm welcome for him, please? His workshop is all about mastering your money, so learning financial freedom. All right? So.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you at the very outset to Premier Academy and the organizers of this event. This is special, and I feel privileged to be talking to the young minds sitting here in this room. So, topic given to me is about finance and mastering your money, financial freedom, the various approaches to education and how me and you learn. So one thing while I was presenting this presentation deck, that how we should be approaching this topic, the world of finance can be very confusing. So it's not only for you students, but take it from me, for your teachers as well, right? So mostly when we do these sessions, it's very rare opportunity that we get to speak to the young minds, such as this occasion, as I already said, that it's a privilege for us to address all of you. My humble request, certain things that you should keep in mind for this session and how and what we have brought for you today. I kept it very simple. There will be certain perspectives, some takeaways, which I will harp upon, or I will maybe stress. Try to remember them throughout your life. What I'm not going to do here is, I'm not going to use jargons. I'm not going to teach you about financial ratios. I'm not going to threaten you that it's a complicated world of finance. So, to make it very simple, how me and you learn. One way is if I'm told, so there are 10, 15, 20 things I should learn about to be master at the world of finance. The approach here I have taken is, I'm eliminating things. I would tell you maybe 3 or 5 pointers that you should which should remain with you throughout your life, so that once you are embarking upon your journey, your professional life, maybe your career into a new startup, or maybe you're getting into a job, this day you should be reminded of. So on that note, I would request, your presentation is already up. So, yeah, I can see it here. So, master your money was the topic given, and I've set enough context, and I would not take any longer, but jump directly into the presentation. So generally at your age, you're thinking about what kind of a money is coming to you. Predominantly it's pocket money is coming to your ways. So what are you doing off your pocket money right now? Okay? So predominantly, I don't think this, and request is this picture because you don't find a better picture of a piggy bank, but they don't last. They're not available any longer. But if you're saving your money, I don't think many of you must be saving. A larger portion of your pocket money is going in this segment. Say a big yes. Yeah? Buying, maybe saving it for some gadget, to some spending, eating out, maybe saving little one to for buying next sneaker, a pair of sneakers. Okay, the parent might have said you already have 5 or 6 pairs. I'm not going to buy the 7th one. You may say, no, I have some money with me as well. But spending is the largest consumption of your pocket money, and forget about it. Okay? Investments, not my cup of tea, or whatever you want to call it. Say a big yes or no. Yes? No one is investing at your age, or thinking about investment. So you are very focused on the center. Fair enough. So how do you save money? Very simple. As I said in the beginning, I was setting up the context for all of you all. It's about the behavior. Simple thing that you do or you do not. Right? So far, I think I'm keeping it very simple. So you have an income. Forget pocket money right now for this context. You save a bit from that income, and then you have expenses. So there can be, people can be put in 2 broad buckets. Understand, the journey of wealth creation or income generation or money or investment will be all about your behavior. You will be surprised. It's not about someone who knows a very good hot tip of a share price or a stock name, which will quadruple in 1 year. ऐसा नहीं होता है. So big 2 baskets are, one approach says that you are earning money, okay? You are doing your all kharjas, all expenses. Generally, 90% plus people are on the first bucket. There's an income, they do all the expenses, whatever is saved is people are investing. The second bucket, which I am urging all of you all, keep it in your mind that the income is coming to your pocket, you save first, and whatever is left you spend. This is make or break. It's my rule number 1. It's very simple. Okay? So when you start earning, save first. And this is message, my due respect, available and applicable to all the teachers in the room as well. It's not only for students. Because say yes or no, I don't think you are falling in the second bucket. Anyone? Among the teachers? Your teachers are not doing it. So imagine what kind of a head start you have. Do you understand? You are somewhere in the age of 15, 16, 17. You got this message now. Right? Keep it in mind. Income, saving, uske baad mein kharcha, do whatever you want. And you will have a huge difference in life. So, I've already covered what is written and already highlighted. So, change your behavior. Very simple, I was wanting to cover up something with the bank account. They are all over the place in your neighborhood. And I think you're all very intelligent, smart kid. You know what are banks for. Banks generally are a conduit. Okay? We give them our money. They give us some interest, 6-7%, and they lend money further, and they charge us 10, 11, 12%. Very simple, oversimplified version of what a bank does. But is a very essential transaction. Maybe your first financial transaction should be in the form of a bank account. Many of you, or parent, might have opened up a bank account, nothing to sweat upon. Once you have your money, open a bank account. It's A, for transactions. B, you can choose to have some fixed deposits and all. Though, I won't suggest to do that. Again, I'm talking to teachers also here. Do a deep thinking about your fixed deposit that you have already, and do think about it as you move forward. So, bank ka importance itna hi hai, nothing beyond, okay? Very essential. First step of your financial journey, open a bank account, because all of transaction will happen through banks. But let's move on. And now we are getting into the subject, what is the most important, or what are few important things to be kept in mind. The number one thing that I want to dwell upon, stress upon, and talk and give some disproportionate time is inflation. Simple synonyms, महंगाई. Have you heard महंगाई? What is महंगाई? It's inflation. all of you all, you would have heard stories from your parents, especially from grandparents, of some weird, wacky number which they would have told you some stories. In our times, boss, kid, you don't know, you're very young. In my time, I bought my car at 5,000 rupees. My first salary was 400 rupees. तुमने देखा ही क्या है जिंदगी में? So me and you are on the same page, huh? So my parents keep telling me the same thing till date. So don't be bugged about it. Because you will soon become part of this narrative as you will become, elder and adult and start earning. Because this monster, inflation, kills the purchasing power. Simple term, the example here is a course fee of IIM Ahmedabad, what it was costing. It was costing 4 lakh rupees in 2007. It is 27 lakhs today. Okay, this is a 7-time increase in 17 years. This is inflation, and I'm saying I'll talk about it as I keep progressing in my presentation. Many of you in the room would have not seen these coins. They're lost out. Time and again, I'm saying and addressing your teachers as well. Even they don't remember. I have few of them as collectibles. They become part of collectibles. These are old bills. All these numbers will sound very staggering to you, but it's for real. These are real bills of fuel. The price was 72 paisa, right? In 1963, right? And petrol is 160 rupees per liter in 2022. This will keep happening, okay? This is one phenomena will keep happening. The different examples given that you can see on your screen right now, say, take any one of them. Petrol right now at 2000 was 28 rupee a liter, it will be 161 rupee a liter. You might be looking life from certain glasses wearing. Look at the country, think about people around you, think about house helps coming, think about people on the road, think how this monster is impacting larger set of generation if you are not equipped to manage it. Okay? And build up the context further. They are further highlighting just all numbers, but don't be just keeping simpler and making impact about it. Value of rupees 1 lakh today, after 10 years would be 1.5 lakh per annum, so on and so forth. So are you really ready? Now let me give you one simple example. Now too young, somebody can think, no Mohit, they are too young people to really understand, but I don't think so. You're very smart kids. So I am touching 50 years of age. Okay? I'm working in a private firm. Sarkari age of retirement is 58, 60 years. So I don't have that luxury. Yes? With me? I will say, in next 2-3 years maybe, say 55, I want to hang up my boots. I'll do something, but I'll not be in a job which will be giving me monthly money. I lost my father when he was 85 years of age. I'm saying simple calculation. If I live his age, from 55 to 85, for 30 long years, what am I going to do? I take a pause here. And I give you a perspective. You know about insurance? Yeah? So if you don't mind, I want to hear from the kids. You would definitely know. Kids, you know about insurance? Yes? It's a big yes, yeah. Yes. So what does insurance do? If I do not reach back home today evening, right, my family will get some money. Right? I'll take care if I'm not there. I'm giving a very important perspective in very early stage of life. But that's not a bigger risk. Bigger risk is, what if I live to the age of 90, 95? Are you with me? My earning years will finish off at 50, 55. What am I going to do? What do you see on the screen right now? So whatever income I have today, I'm thinking, okay, I can have 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupee per month, I have enough saving, may not be enough for me. Why I'm giving undue importance to the subject is, early on in your life, you should understand what big a monster can be of inflation. And all the teachers and seniors in the room, if you're not taking cognizance of it, God bless you, but it's not late. Okay? And I know you have not. So what is the solution? You have to progress from savings to investing. बैंक में पैसा डाल रहे हो वो investment नहीं है, right? Okay, 6.5, 7%. I will come back to this context as we progress further in our presentation and discussion. So there are 5 stages of your money. So I like to read out from the screen. So say, first of all, you make money. Second is you save, which is the first step in the whole journey, is important, but doesn't give you much. Then you invest. Difference between saving and investing is, saving is like bank account. Saving bank account gives you around 3% kind of interest. A FD would give you around 6.5, 7%. But investment, our journey begins. As you start, if inflation is 6, 7%, can I invest somewhere where I can earn 10%, 12%? That's how you start beating the inflation out. And that gives you money multiplier. And of course, you have to maintain money. There are 3 stages given of a young, of a adult and old on 3 factors or vectors. When we are young, we have tons of time. We don't have money. Okay? And we have a lot of energy. You grow up as adult, yes, time, still you have time. You don't have money, or you have less of money and less of energy, you have tons of time. But once you will grow old, you will have a lot of time, you will not have money, but you will not have energy. Only thing, highlighting the same point, you have to be cognizant of the fact about your money management from a very early life, okay? So investing can help you beat inflation. This is the long-term trajectory of inflation in India or a mehengai ka rate in India. So 6.8%, all the friends in the room here, is a long-term inflation rate in India. A very simple calculation which all of you can understand. If a bank fixed deposits and one of your ma'am says, yes, I have fixed deposit, I request, move on. If bank FD is giving you 7%, God bless you, because 6.8% is taken away by inflation. Do not blame government later on that government did nothing for you. And we have not talked about one more thing, taxes. So technically, you will be earning negative if your whole your money is blocked in bank, and you'll get to know about it. Everything is important. What I'm trying to address is people are over fixated that banks, safety, I can't take any compromise on my safety, but you're taking a much bigger risk unknowingly. Okay? So interest rates have been falling over decades in India, and we are somewhere around 7%, as you can see. So that's the reference, again, your capacity to earn from a government guaranteed kind of a scheme or a bank which is giving you some. You're saying, I don't want to have sleepless nights, Mohit, I'm very happy in bank, but it's a perspective I'm sharing. So aspirations never die, they should not. Our lifestyles are changing. For you, if it's only sneakers, but maybe, of course, foreign vacations, a new sport, or something new handle you want to buy, a new gadget every year, cars, home, vacations. Yes, kharche to badhte hi hain, okay? All of us, I think no one has any doubt about it. They will keep happening, so be ready. Whether you'll be get them or not is a second important concept now. I have said some importance given to inflation. The second part, again, not a jargon, a common term which all of you have studied in your early standards, is compound interest. So, look, I'm sharing again and re-highlighting. What you will learn today, they are lessons of life. I give you some context, little digressing. What used to happen in old times, Gurukul times, or scriptures, what we read about? We have seen great personalities, personas. I'm not talking about gods here, but making a reference to that generation. They used to outshine every time, correct? What happens is, if you hear your parents, which you do not, I also didn't, whatever they were telling you to do, point blank, रात का रात, दिन को रात, हाजी रात को दिन, हाजी दिन. क्या होता था? गुरु का जो रिस्पेक्ट था ना, वो नहीं है अब. You question hard. It's good to question, but you don't believe them beyond your intelligence. I'm saying this class, I'm telling you, stressing upon, take it from me. Okay? Do not apply your mind. So people who will remember this day of September will have a very different trajectory in life than the one who would say, Are yaar. One out of the 18 sessions we had. Nice speaker. Inflation, keep in mind, start early. Compound interest is mother of all. This Einstein saying, and you already read on the screen, I'm not repeating what he said. So I give you a challenge or a quiz. And the offer is only hypothetical. I'm not giving you 25 lakh rupees. But suppose if I give you a choice, I want to give you 25 lakh rupees, this one option. And second option is, I'll give you 1 rupee every day for a month. Which one will you take? Anyone. I need some participation from kids. Not from you, sir. 1 rupee? Look, I made it very simpler. यार तो फिल्मी हो गया ना कि हाँ ये तो 1 rupee वाले में थोड़ा दम होगा. But you know why? If I ask you, you won't have the answer. Compounding, because the context is already set. Do you understand the magnitude here? Up to 20th day? Not much, no? Your friend raised his hand for 25 lakh rupees. You're waiting. It's day 20th. You said, oh my God, yeah. What did I do? 20 दिन के बाद भी आपके पास 5 लाख रुपए ही हैं. This is the wonder. This becomes unbelievable. Okay? So I don't want to just have you people having your jaw drops. Oh my God, is it so big? Wow. The message is not that. The message is, I don't know if this panther will work. No, they don't work on LED screens. To have this impact in your life, you need to have time by your side. Nothing happened till the 20th day, with me or not. Okay? So when you are starting to invest, if you think some wonder can happen in 1 year, forget it. 3 years will not move. Some magic starts to happen when you enter your investment in 8th to 10th year. And compared to what you see on the screen of 30th day, that magic happens, then you have 10, 15 years kind of time frame in your mind. I'm addressing the teachers also here. Yeah? Please. Sorry? Right place to invest? Right place to invest? So, okay, I'll come to that section. Because it's a good question. Thing is, it's a basket approach. All of you all would have heard this story, or this saying that don't put all your egg in one basket. So that's the narrative coming from the world of investments only. Okay? So if I said initially, somebody says over fixated with safety, मैं कहीं जाऊंगा ही नहीं बैंक के अलावा, wrong. Somebody says, oh boss, you are a dud guy. Yaar. I invest only into stock markets, wrong. Someone says, I'm a real estate king. Wow, everything in real estate, wrong. So to answer your question is, you have to have a mix of all. You have to have right portion of fixed deposit, right portion of investment into stocks. Yes, real estate if you want to have, some gold, and that's all. You have to diversify, and diversify. There's no one answer to your question, kid. And fortunately so. And because this session I haven't brought you, okay, there are 5 places. Once you have money, invest in these 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not simpler. You have to have a guide by your side. And thankfully, there are financial advisors, right? You should know more about it so that you can ask right question the way you asked right now. And that financial advisor would help you in that journey of yours. You have a question in the back? Yes, please. I'm sorry, you're not very clear. You can come a little ahead and be a little more louder. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I'll come over. I heard you. Great question, and thank you for pointing that out. So moving on, because all these questions, as we move ahead, you will get answers from me. So again, this is a simple slide. I won't spend much time here, but highlighting a difference between a simple interest and a compound interest. What happens in compound interest? You start earning money on the interest back again. You earn interest on it, and that's the impact it has over a longer period of time. It's simply on the number format, so that give you an impact. Value of 10,000 rupees at 7% earning per year. Impact of over 5 years between simple interest and compound interest. Say, is in front of you, 35% versus 40%. What is more important that I wanted to share with you all, again, is a formula. You might have now read about it, or you would be studying about it. It's about future value. It's very simply available in your Microsoft Excel, and this formula has the essence, of the concepts of investment. Let me break it down, and maybe you will have many answers through this formula, which you might be thinking of asking me. Future value is very clear. Future value of your investment. Okay, it's very simple. Present value is what you're investing today. So say yes or no. What you're investing today is known to you, yes or no? Known to you? Yes. Future value is known to you? No. Correct? The time you stay invested is known to you? In your hand. So what I'm trying to tell you is, what you're wanting to invest is in your hand. For how long you're wanting to invest in your hand. What you do not know is the rate of return that you're going to earn. The irony of life is, the irony of the world of investment is that people remain focused on the last part, which is rate of return. Say yes or no. Yes, and that's the irony of life. Why? The people who are successful are in a big minority. Why? Because a simple equation, mathematical equation telling you, buddy, what is controllable, you focus on that. Invest more. Invest for longer period. Okay? And don't bother about the rate of return beyond a point. It's a very important message, kids. Very important message. So as you start and embark upon your journey, yes, it is important once you compare to your question you ask where to invest, okay? But if you are so carried away, you're chasing the highest possible return, the kid behind asks a great question, it doesn't come easy. There are no free lunches in life. In financial words, there are none. I'm answering your question better now. Okay, bank fixed deposit. What's the risk? They're not going to help me. Inflation will kill me. My fund, say equity fund, can I invest there for 2 years? No. Equity markets, and I'll show you right now in front of you for reality, the risk, they have gone down by 40%, 30% at times. Can I invest for 2 years? No, that's a risk. Real estate, can I invest, hold my money in real estate? No, I don't know which projects will fly, which projects will not. It's illiquid, it's difficult to transact, it's difficult to maintain. Correct? There are no free lunches in financial world at all. You get something and you give something. So as a principle, I'm telling you, you should remain focused on being long-term, should remain focused on quantum you're investing in those options, and do not bother much beyond the rate of return, and you will be a very successful wealth creator in life. So these are like some examples given. I'm sorry, I'm not reading through. I can take a small pause here. Just give you some examples. I can read from here. This NSC and KVP are the small saving scheme sponsored by the government, backed by the government. You have peace of mind. Come back to my notion. What is the price you're paying? Returns are assured but very low. Okay, risk low is there. You get into high risk zone. Again, to answer your question, property, they're market linked, but risk is medium to high. You keep increasing the element of little risk in your investment options, okay? And you start earning better returns, but they will be market linked. The cost you're paying, you would not be very sure of what return you will earn. You will earn 12% or 14 or 16, time will tell you. But you have certain band of expectation and market delivers in that range. So all of you know this gentleman? Warren Buffett. Have you heard about him? So they are very interesting quotes. So if you have interest in the world of finance, I would say start following him up. The principle that he has laid out, again, very simple principles. Some of the I'm sharing with you again is Warren Buffett is known for to talk about, and the whole investment world, successful investing depends upon basic fundamentals. So what he's saying here, then I would like to read the quote, 70% of wealthy families lose their wealth by second generation and 90% by third. Earning money is easy, saving money is hard, investing money is harder. And you know why? You know why? It's not complications of the market. It's human brain and behavior. आपको नहीं करने देगा. Take it from me, it is your behavior that will decide whether you are going to be a successful wealth creator or not. What you may not know about Warren Buffett, and I challenge you may not know it. He's one of the richest men on the planet, among the richest. You know, his wealth, 90% of his wealth came to him after his 50th birthday. Did you know this? Read about it. After his 50th birthday. Okay? Again, remember my principle of compounding patience and wait. That's how wealth is created. How many of you know this building? Yes? Go on. This is Bombay Stock Exchange. Great. So this building was not created in 1875, but again, somehow one can say inception under a big tree. Brokers used to gather and the trade started to happen. But this is BSE Sensex, is the index known from the Bombay Stock Exchange. It's 40-year-old, and these are the returns of Bombay, or not, BSE Sensex index in front of you. Is staggering returns. But these returns have come after a lot of ups and downs, out of a lot of patience. People who have waited have made money. People who didn't wait, they did not make money. And from here on, we start getting closer to some specifics. As one of your friend had a question, where we should invest, okay? Here we're talking about the world of equity, share markets. So what are shares? What is equity? What comes to your mind? Try, come on yaar, quick test hona ho raha hai. Attempt. Say something interesting. Shark Tank India, great. Great answer. Try more. What else comes to your mind when you say shares or equity? Yes? Ownership? Beautiful. Wonderful. Great. So you are already, wow, I know you have that understanding. Yes, the equity market, unfortunately, largely is known for maybe wealth creation or wealth erosion. People remember the scams, the big scams that have happened in the market. There are movies and web series made on them. Normal public janta generally knows, boss, this is not my cup of tea. This is full of risk. This is satta bazaar. This is speculation, whatever and whatnot. But you are right, and your friends are right who are telling equity is ownership. When you get into business, it takes time. Okay? If you get into a job, you have your first salary after 30 days. If you set up a business, it will not start giving you cash flows after 30 days. It will take time. Say yes or no. Correct? So when you're making an FD in a bank, you will earn your interest regularly. But if you're setting up a business, you're in a startup, it will take its own time. So once you're investing into equity, you have to be very patient to let that business run the course and earn money so that you are a shareholder, equitably you will earn equal money. There are certain abuses of the system. Oh, okay. Which I think generally people have, I think you're running a little short of time. Okay, I'll quick it a bit. So have that in mind. When you're investing into equities, you have to have time by your side. There are some data about Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE Sensex. If you invested 10,000 rupees 30 years back, your money has grown 39 times. But please understand, it has taken 30-year data. So quickly, mutual funds are a wonderful vehicle to participate in the journey of investments. Mutual funds are highly regulated. Mutual funds अपने आप में कोई investment option नहीं है. Please understand. Mutual fund is a conduit, is a pipe through which you invest into stocks, through which you invest into fixed income, through which you can invest into, say, real estate as well, and commodities and whatever and whatnot. Mutual funds correctly give you the right best option to investment choices. The benefits are written in front of the screen. You can quickly read through. I have been prompted for the time. I'll be rushing a bit. So, a little about history of mutual funds in India. They're 40-year-old. They're managing 66 lakh crore of rupee in India today. It's very easy to start a mutual fund account. Just need three things: Aadhaar card, PAN card, and bank account. You can start your journey. Ask your parent to do that. Very interesting example, again highlighting importance of starting early. Renu started investing from age of 25 and 5,000 rupees. By age of 55, she had invested 18 lakhs, and at the age of 55, she has 1.76 crores. Simple? Yeah? Her friend had a longer time to really enjoy life, didn't get into the boring world of investment. She started late at the age of 45, triple the amount, saved the same amount of 18 lakhs. Same amount, huh? And on the same return. But she's way behind Renu. You have to start early, and as this I'm saying, as you're lucky, your college, I'm saying, has done a great job of arranging this kind of sessions for you at this age of yours. Start as early as possible. Every year counts. Okay, so somebody want to have a crore by the age of 60. This is a journey in front of you. If you're starting 25 years ahead, you can invest as little as 1,500 rupees. But if you are late, this amount will keep going up. So do not get swayed by trading. Do read about it. 90% plus people lose money in trading. Do not get swayed by those hot stories that must be coming somewhere in your Instagram or some other medium of social media. It doesn't work like that. You need to have time in your hand. You have to be patient. You have to start early, and you will have, of course, great wealth as you grow ahead. So, okay, let me rush, and should I stop there, ma'am? I think it's okay, or do we have time? 5 more minutes? Okay. So yeah, because very important for you all to understand, because we are in India right now, and you are having huge advantage with all of the adults here. You have a huge mileage, because you will see that bright time for much longer than me and your teachers will see. We are standing at a cusp of a multi-decadal growth of India growth story. Have a very firm belief. Once you are growing up, you're building up your jobs, or you're building up your... You have a question? Yes, please. I'm sorry, Baba, I can't hear you. Can you come a little ahead? Yeah, please.
Put your money and invest. I just want a bit of feedback about it because it's something that I was told. That being, for example, if you earn 100%, this might be a bit extreme, but take 50% to spend on monthly expenditure, the other 50% to invest. Of which, in that 50%, take a good portion of it to invest in mutual funds, as you said, and the rest would go to either a gold investment for emergency funds, and if you have time, maybe insurances or volatile trading, as you said, that you have to pay attention to. So that was a brief blueprint that I was told about. I just want your feedback regarding, in that split, or in that way that is broken down, what should I focus on if I'm just starting my career? And after that, what do you think would be good for me to improve upon by reading a book or something that you would recommend?
I understood. Sorry. In the interest of time, I'll answer your question quickly. Whenever you're starting to invest, start through an SIP, systematic investment plan, and do have an advisor by your side. I know this generation is all about DIY. You can do it yourself. I'm not challenging your wit and talent and intellect at all. Don't get me wrong. But if you have an advisor by your side, you need hand-holding kit. You would know what is mutual fund. Let that uncle or aunt of yours or a friend of yours guide you through. It should be predominantly equity, through SIPs, and everything in mutual funds. As I said, mutual fund is not a product. Through mutual fund, you invest in a gold ETF. Through mutual fund, you invest in a fixed income basket. Through mutual fund, you invest into an equity mutual fund and SIP. Right? So, sorry, I think, ma'am, I can just take 2 questions only. I'll stop the presentation. No worry. Yeah, question, please. I'm sorry. Absolutely. That's what I'm recommending. Look, if you are a believer in India growth story, how the growth of country is translated to mine and your wallet, that will come through equity investments. So I'm not saying 100% of your money into equity. You have to have asset allocation, a right mix, correct? and again have an advisor by your side who can guide you through this journey. But yes, equity should be a very large portion of your investment bucket. That's only the wealth come your way.
Sir, what would you suggest a guy who just started his career? Is it better to invest in SIPs in the early age or just start investing in many ways through mutual funds?
Yeah, SIP is through mutual fund only, kid. SIP is not different. As I answered your friend a moment back, you should just remain focused. You should have SIP as a starting point. Start building up your kitty. Have at least 10 to 15 year window in your mind, and that's it. You're set. If your shorter term goals, you want to buy the next iPhone next September, there's a mutual fund product. You can invest in a shorter term product as well. So the mutual fund give you all solution, but not an equity scheme. That will be a shorter term scheme, fixed income oriented.
And what would be the best age or time to invest in lump sum?
When you have money.
Like
I'm not joking. He said whether at good time when you have money. You should not time the market. It was all there in my presentation. Unfortunately, a short of time. It's not timing. It's time in the market matters. Do not try to time the market. Please understand, on a Sunday, on a warm weather, I'm wearing a jacket, addressing school kids here. Even I don't know. If you have that notion, someone on the planet knows what's going to happen next, which that stock is going to double up in the next 3 months, nobody knows. My chief investment officer, वो भी नौकरी कर रहा है. Have some common sense. Never ever get swayed by those hot tips. If some friend has told you, Buggy, you don't know, I made tons of money here and there, they're all short-term stories. Please understand, we all sweated hard. And then money comes to you. It should be channelized properly and have patience and time. Remember, my chief investment officer is doing a job. Stockbrokers have committed more suicides. They're not the best wealth creators. Nobody knows. Don't attempt. Keep it very simple.
Sir, what's your personal opinion on trading market?
Very bad. Read the headline, today's headline, surf through Economic Times, the Business Standard, you will get the answer. Look for it. All of you should look for this data, and thank you, Kate, for raising it. The SEBI's study on trading, it's called Future and Options. 99% of people have lost money in trades. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Yeah? Investing is long term. Warren Buffett made wealth after his 50th birthday. Remember that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah? Anyone else? Hey, but thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed. Yeah.
So like after your investment grows to like a certain amount and you want to liquidate it, would it be better to directly liquidate it and pay taxes or take a loan against your investment?
Oh, awesome question. Great question. Yeah. Wonderful. So there are means, there are methods to do it, and you're absolutely right. Once you're trying to withdraw your money, the first thing you should be wary of, the taxes. You're so right there. So there are methods available. They're called systematic withdrawal. The way you systematically invest, you can systematically withdraw also. So once you study more about the subject, it's called accumulation phase and decumulation phase. So once you start your journey, you will be accumulating for 20, 30 years. I will soon be, in next say 10 years, I would be in my decumulation space. So whatever wealth that I have generated, I will not immediately shift. I have already planned right now those instruments and options in mutual funds through which I will systematically withdraw. So simple answer is systematic withdrawal will help you in that journey. Want to liquidate at a certain stage. But otherwise, your investment should have a goal, have a plan. You might have invested for maybe buying a new car, for a new business investment. If that goal has come, liquidate and utilize. Mike, please. I couldn't hear.
Taking loans against
You
your
can take
investment.
loan against shares, you can take loan against mutual fund, absolutely worthy of, but that is too nuanced and that cannot be generalized given. I will not give this advice to all 100 people in the room. Your case can be very different to the friend sitting on your left or right. She may have a very different objective and requirement and taxation bucket. So it's very personalized. Time and again I'm highlighting, you should have a financial advisor by your side, even if you know a lot. It's good to know, but have an advisor by your side. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really thoroughly enjoyed the session and Premier Academy for having me here. It was a general pleasure. Thank you very much. Real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohit, for enlightening us with financial literacy. All right, I would request Aarti ma'am and Sindhu ma'am to please come on the stage to honor our speaker for today. Yes.
A huge round of applause, guys.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next panel discussion, which is the last panel for today, it's about bits to bricks, leveraging science and technology for humanity. Now, on this panel, we have Mr. Charan, Mr. Pratyush G. Reddy, Mr. Varun, Mr. Nikhil Gunda, and Mr. S. Hiriana, ISRO. We are honored to gather today to explore the transformative power of science and technology in shaping a better world. This panel discussion brings together innovators and thought leaders to share insights on harnessing technology for social impact, advancing sustainable development, bridging the gap between innovation and humanity. Mr. Madan unfortunately couldn't be with us here today due to some personal emergency, but he wishes the team all the best. Starting with our first panelist, Mr. Charan, Director COO, Biomic Innovations. Can you put your hands together for Mr. Charan, please? We'll start with Sir. Mr. S. Hiriana, retired scientist, ISRO. He is a BE and MBA with distinction, joined ISRO Satellite Center on 24th March 1983 and retired in April 2019 as a group head, GeoSat Program Management and System Group. As a core team engineer, he was involved in the realization of over 6 satellites right from their configuration till their launch. We welcome you, sir. Please have a seat. Children, please settle down. Next, we have with us Mr. Varun Reddy. Put your hands together for Mr. Varun Reddy, sir. Founder, Interbase, and co-founder, Premier Academy. Mr. Varun heads the Interbase group of companies which provide a diverse range of software products and services to clients in India, the Middle East, and the US. Mr. Varun oversees product development and evaluates new product ideas. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Nikhil Gunda, Gearhead Motors. Put your hands up for Mr. Nikhil, please. Mr. Nikhil's formula for business success: a strong foundation of proven knowledge and skills coupled with a willingness to innovate and experiment. This philosophy drives Gearhead Motors, a proudly made in India enterprise. Next, we have with us Mr. Pratyush G. Reddy, founder Pixelwide. Put your hands together for Mr. Pratyush G. Reddy. Pixelwide is a tech startup based out of Hyderabad that focuses on developing technology solutions for state government in India. Their mission is to enhance governance by improving efficiency, transparency, and accountability with the help of technology. All right. Our last panelist for today is Mr. Charan. Put your hands together for Mr. Charan, Director, CEO, Biomic Innovations. As a tech enthusiast, his journey from BTech graduate to a dynamic innovator spans over 7 years, during which he passionately developed high-impact applications for the banking sector. And we also have our moderator for today, Mr. Pawan Alina from Metamorphosis and Bright Chance. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. So before we begin the panel, I just want everyone to settle down there. Yeah. So before we begin the panel, let me just set the context. Thanks for those introductions. So I have got very interesting panel today. I have got a speaker from agricultural industry. I've got a speaker from the space industry. I've got a speaker from EV, electronic vehicles and automobile industry. I've got a speaker from the energy, and also I've got a speaker from the startups, right? I think one thing that is common of all of us is technology, right? How we are leveraging technology to reach out to the consumer. That means you all, right? So let me begin with the EV space, right? We have Nikhil here. Nikhil, I think you will be very much relevant today. One is because we're all talking about Shark Tanks. We're all witnessing that. We're all seeing that, and you have been part of it. You have participated in the Shark Tank. So to break the ice, I want you to just give us your feedback on how was your Shark Tank experience, and then we'll deep dive into this conversation.
Hello everyone. Thanks a lot, Pawan. So of course, like Shark Tank India is once in a lifetime experience. At least for like out of Telugu states, we were like one of those 2 or 3 companies who got featured on the show. And you know what? Whenever it comes to a startup, right? Even before the buzzword kicked in into the market, and people started praising all the entrepreneurs and startup founders. There was a time where we were considered to be the Air Force of colleges. We didn't had any viability or credibility if we say that we are starting a business. And in a lot of places, it is still a stigma of starting a business. So a platform like Shark Tank India actually validates. They've brought businesses to the dinner table, and people were discussing, post their entire day, they were discussing startups. So I think this is once in a lifetime experience that everybody should have. And I strongly, persuade a lot of entrepreneurs from Hyderabad to actually go pitch on Shark Tank. We would love to see more Telugu and people from Telugu and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana to get featured on the Shark Tank. So that's one of the greatest experience I had. Okay, am I audible enough to you guys? Okay.
Yeah. So are the school students allowed to be on the Shark Tank?
Of course, they had this one schoolpreneur or one slot like that where they've asked to present their ideas, and couple of them also got featured. So I think it's like a science fair but on a national TV.
Great. Yeah. So So you run an EV industry, right? I mean, the company that you've been working with, it's called GHM. Wanted to know how this entire landscape is changing, because today we see a lot of green color car number boards on
Yeah,
the roads,
yeah.
right? So we are seeing that, the consumption of EV vehicles have grown a lot. So where do you see this going in the next 10 years? Do you still suggest us to buy a petrol or a diesel vehicle, or you want us to move on to the EV vehicles? What should we suggest our parents?
To be very honest, the transition is relatively much slower than it was anticipated. But I'm a gearhead, like I love petrol and diesel cars, and but it is inevitable that we have to transition into a more sustainable way of transportation. So what I've understood basically in this particular sector is it takes almost 200 to 300 years to transform the way transportation industry is. Like we've seen inception of petrol and diesel cars maybe 200 years back, and it evolved into what we are seeing today, right? And then we've seen this generation where the entire fundamentals of a car is changing towards electric. So I believe this once in a lifetime, chance where you can actually explore this industry. And usually legacies won't allow a newcomer into these industries, but this is one chance where we've seen success of Ather, Ola, which are way beyond legacies, right? They are young startups founded in college campuses, and we've seen them grow incredibly, and they've produced amazing vehicles.
Yeah.
So I think this is one chance for everybody to innovate and excel in this particular industry.
Great. Thanks, Nikhil. So we have Charan with us. Charan, so agriculture and technology, right? I mean, these both are two extremes, because when the minute agriculture comes in, what we all get related to is farming, or us going to the farms and, somehow, there is no technology involved in that, right? So, but today when we open Zepto, Swiggy, Instamart and all of that, today we see a lot of this organic millets, or say, this millet-based food items and all of that. We are seeing that some advancement is happening, but where is the tech involved in that? I mean, what do you mean by agri-tech?
Yeah. So thank you, Pawan, and basically I want to kind of put it there that when you say agri-tech, it usually means that when we want to take the advance or technology into agriculture. And here the biggest question is, how do we convince the farmers that what they have been doing from the past 100 years or something, but with technology could be improved and make it better. So when initially, basically, we at Vyomic, we build drones for manufacture. We manufacture drones and we provide services using drones. So especially one of our flagship product is the agriculture spraying drone. And when we go to the farmers with this agriculture spraying drone, right, this drone covers 1 acre of a land in 10 liters of water. And usually the farmers spray around 200 liters of water in the same 1 acre of land. So their biggest question is it effective? Will the medicine work for my crop? How are you sure? So here it is, for us, it is our responsibility to say that, see, here you are improving the existing methodology, and you are bringing technology into doing any manual work that is being being done from almost 100 years. And this is much better, much precise, and it's accurate as well. And we also have tie-ups. I mean, as a drone manufacturer, I need to be sure that the efficacy of my product is also very good. And how am I able to make it sure? I'll have to do a lot of research, R&D behind it. There are already subject matter experts working in different institutions, scientists and all, right? So with them, we see that our product is actually market fit and can be really used for the agriculture spraying purposes, and it is actually effective. So we published a lot of papers, we did a lot of research, R&D and all, and we figured out, okay, this is a good solution where farmers can get the spraying in time without losing their crop. So what happens is typically the farmer, right, he goes to the field, sees the crop and identifies some pest or insecticide or insects or something, and realizes, okay, it is time for spraying. I need to do it in within 2 days for my crop to be safe.
Right.
Otherwise, the crop will not be safe and it will be affected. So here, the drone solution could be an immediate solution to him, and he could get the spraying services within time.
Right. So you are saying that you are giving technology to the farmers.
Yes.
Right. So how is that adoption? I mean, so are they using the smartphones? Are they using? I mean, how tech friendly are they these days?
So we've been getting a lot of mixed feedback and mixed things from the farmers. So some farmers really surprise us because they ask us. So basically, the drone works in two different modes. So one is the auto mode, where you set up a mission and the drone flies on its own and comes back.
Right.
So farmers know that this mode is available in the drone, and they ask us saying that ask your pilot to fly in that mode, because they know, okay, if you fly it in that mode, the spraying would be more accurate rather than manual when it could sway from its path or something. So the adaptation in few areas is amazing, where farmers want the drone, and there's a lot of awareness created by the government of India as well, in saying that, okay, drones could be used in agriculture in a wide scale, and there's a lot of advantages for that. So for us, it is becoming easier day by day to penetrate into this ecosystem and make farmers use the drones. But we, as a manufacturer, we should also be responsible enough to make sure the product is good and being actually useful to the farmers. So we are very eagerly, aggressively working towards that.
Got it. Got it. Thanks, Sharan. So talking about the technology, last I think a week ago, my cook asked me to order ginger garlic paste. Right? She asked me to get it. I asked how much time you have got. She said within 15 minutes because she had to leave very early. Then I used this platform called Zepto. Right? I just ordered and I took one call. It was about 3.5 minute call. And then I just opened the door and there is this guy already delivered to my cook. Just took 4 minutes, to be really honest. 4 minutes to get Zepto. In general, for me to park my car and come from basement to 7th floor, it generally takes around 4-5 minutes. But this guy, I don't know how, or probably they are hearing our conversations at home. Somehow, it was just 4-minute delivery that happened. It was called quick commerce these days, right? I mean, anything that you order, it will come very fast. That's called quick commerce. Now with sectors like this where technology is becoming very, I don't know if at all we call it dangerous or if at all we call it very handy for all of us. On that note, so Pratyush, I wanted to ask you that if at all we are all ordering everything at home, say Zeptos, Swiggies and things like that, what happens to a normal Kirana store? Right? I mean, what happens to that? How dangerous this technology can become or how fruitful this technology can become? What is your thought on the 21st century technology?
So quick commerce or anything related to that. First of all, hi guys. I run this startup called Pixel. We build large scale tech for state governments at large. And regarding the quick commerce thing, you told me, you were quite surprised that, the time with which these guys are delivering, that's quite amazing. But recently I was watching this, podcast or, it's just called, it's a video, educational video by Think School regarding the same, quick commerce and how effective it is. So how are they able to deliver so fast? There is this concept called dark stores. Okay. So let's say you have your house in Manikonda. In a radius of around 4 kilometers, they will have a small warehouse. Okay. So the warehouse does not have to be possibly like a commercial store or anything. It could just be like a 1 BHK apartment that they rent out, and they keep all their inventory around you. So when you order, the minute you order, the delivery guy is already at the dark store. You know, so the minute you order, you will maybe order like some butter or like a ginger garlic paste. So the items are already there. He just has to pick them up, just come down, and then come to your location. So just calculate the time that it would take to just like travel a couple of kilometers from our dark store that is, you know, quite quick, right? So that is how they're solving that problem. But these guys always, you know, actually the concept of quick commerce like Zepto or Instamart, all these were there already since like a couple of years. But because the order size was very small, like let's say you just want to eat like a Parle-G biscuit packet, in the night, nobody would want to come. I mean, it wouldn't work out for him to get like a biscuit packet for you in the night and give it to you, right? So Think School did like an incredible research video recently regarding why quick commerce is actually working out now. You know, Zomato has acquired Blinkit, as you know, and I think Blinkit has become bigger than Zomato now, actually, in terms of revenues, if I'm not wrong, subject to correction. Why? Because everybody is using quick commerce like Blinkit, Instamart and all. And he spoke about this concept called India One. Okay. So what is India One? The people who consume, the people who spend like crazy, for example. Or he has defined that everybody who owns an iPhone is India One. Okay. And so, you know, you will be wondered like, you'll be surprised, sorry, how much we consume in India One. Like 10% of your country is India One.
Yeah.
And we consume 3 times of the rest of the country.
Right.
So 10 crore or 12 crore people in India consume more than 100 crore people in the country, 3 times, not even more. So that's why quick commerce is like growing, because we need convenience. India One needs convenience over cost.
Agree with you. Agree with you.
And sorry, I didn't answer your question. So the Kirana stores, you asked me what would happen to Kirana stores if we keep consuming like this. I think maybe they'll just like convert into another dark store.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
They'll be a part of this network.
Got it. Got it. Thanks. So, so we have Varun with us. So Varun, see, one side we were talking about agri-tech. Charan has given very interesting case that now farmers can actually use drones to kind of spray their farms, right? And we were talking about sectors like say quick commerce, which is a very new sector like say Zepto, Swiggy's on the other side. Now we need not go all the way to the hospitals. Now we can directly consult the hospitals on Practo and things like that. One side, you know, the technology is being very much leveraged. Like on the other side, we have Bharat, where still we are trying to emerge as a technological space. Where do you think that, you know, the Bharat is going to grow with the technology, and where are the sectors that you feel that currently the technology adoption is not too high? What are the 5 sectors that you kind of assume that similar to quick commerce and all in the current generation, moving forward, what will be the 5 sectors that you are seeing?
I think Bharat will grow with AI. There are a lot of sectors that are not tech friendly yet. Agriculture and manufacturing being, I think, 2 of them. The other ones are probably education. What else? And of course, the environment itself. While the rest of Bharat is not consuming, they're breathing in all the pollution that, you know, the 10% of us are creating. So AI will play a big role in all of those. So coming to crops, you know, we have to feed ourselves. I'd say about maybe 5% of farmers out there probably use technology. And that also at the surface in terms of, drones for pesticides. You can get a lot more
out of farms by probably putting some sensors, trying to identify what are the right crops that go into it, which soil, what crop, instead of just doing traditionally what you've been doing so far. Coming to healthcare, I think in average in India, probably a doctor sees 60 odd patients in a day. Probably in abroad, in developed countries, it's probably 10 or 15 patients. So to diagnose people, you need time. So AI will play a big role in that, and I think telemedicine will help good healthcare go to Bharat.
Right.
Education, again, we've just scratched the surface. You've turned a book into a screen.
Right.
You need to do a lot more than that again. I think AI will probably become a personal tutor for kids.
Right.
Teach them in a way that they're willing to learn.
Right.
Because the teacher will teach, 30, 40 kids.
Right.
So
is
individual
it a threat for the
makes a
teachers?
difference.
Are we seeing a threat for the teachers here?
No.
No.
Teacher is still required, I think, to
Right.
give the overall picture, but you need a personalized education as well. And the biggest thing in the next decade would be the environment. We are seeing a lot of changes to weather, freak storms. Recently in US, I think 3 million people don't have power. And there were waves which were probably 20 feet high, I think the last couple of days. So these will probably become more common. So we need to use AI to understand weather patterns and, predict when these things are going to happen and figure out how we can take corrective action. One of the things that's happening is in the Swiss Alps, there's a carbon capture system that's come up. They're picking up carbon from the air, turning it into diamonds.
Wow.
So I think those kind of things will probably pick up over the years to help improve pollution.
Right. So you're saying one is technologies like say climate tech, clean tech, AI in education or say AI in healthcare. I think these are the sectors that we will see more technology moving forward, is what Varun is mentioning here. On that note, so we have the retired scientist from very renowned ISRO. Sir, so far we spoke about quick commerce, agri-tech, Varun was mentioning about AI in clean tech, climate tech and all of that. You come from very different space altogether, which is space technology, right? And which is very much niche also, right? So before you answer that, I wanted to understand till what depth that you at ISRO used to go in with respect to the technology, right? I mean, what happens there? I mean, what kind of technologies that you use? Because whatever we see is just a miracle there, right? So what happens inside? What kind of technologies that you use? And then I'll put forward my next question.
In fact, when all these panelists were talking, and your question also about ordering online, and then he was telling the consumption is very high and all those. I was just thinking of ISRO. Ordering online, okay, through internet you will order, and then you don't know how the communication goes from your house or from your mobile to the receiving end. It all uses the satellite. Like for example, you just go to ATM, draw money. That's a very simple process. But our satellite is playing a vital role there, because all the data of all these customers is somewhere in the head office, maybe for SBI, as you know, it's in Mumbai. So though you go to a remote place in India and you put your card there, it accesses from Mumbai. And whatever transaction you do, it gets updated in Mumbai, because somebody else may do it from other place on the same card or a different card. For that, satellite is required. And he was telling about the consumption, that consumption in India has increased. Farming, we need to ensure that our remote sensing satellites give the proper data to farmers so that our agricultural yield also increases to meet the requirements. And he was talking about AI. In fact, recently our Vikram, when it landed on the moon, it had to see a proper place where exactly it had to land. So AI was built in that, because it had to take the pictures, analyze. See, there is hardly any time. It had to see from a height of around 30 meters, and then it had to change its course. So those speed travels at 3 lakh kilometers per second. To get a signal from moon, we need 1 second, and to analyze and then send it back, we need another 1 second, and in 2 seconds, it would have dropped. So it itself has to analyze. So AI was incorporated in Vikram and all those. In fact, space gives lot of opportunities for young children like these children here who are innovative. So the country, every country, especially India now, has changed the space law and it has opened its avenue for private players. So if these children have a lot of ideas, they can apply. Like for example, see SpaceX, that is our Elon Musk. Now NASA has sent 2 persons to moon, Sunita Williams, again by a private player, that Starliner, Boeing Starliner, Sunita Williams and Wilbur Butch. They have to be brought back. So they are now taking they are using the SpaceX, a private player, and then bringing them. Just last evening, Saturday evening, the Dragon, the Crew Dragon, that has been flown, and with 2 Russian cosmonauts, and now they are they will be talking to International Space Station, and in probably by February they will be bringing back these 2 Russians and the 2 Americans who were stranded there.
Got it.
So that way, for people to think, especially incorporating artificial intelligence into space or coming out with a great idea, Elon Musk, he is called the Thomas Alva Edison of the present generation. He has come out with great ideas. Like for example, all our stages, ISRO rockets, we used to launch a rocket and the stage used to separate and fall into the sea and all those. Whereas there, he has used those stages, reusable stages. So they go like a rocket, and then when he will retrieve those stages, and then he's using. So whatever you think of applying, it can be any technology. It can be applied in space,
including AI.
Including AI.
Yes. So So before we open the panel for the audience, I have one common question to you all, right? We're talking about AI, right? I mean, we spoke about different aspects in the AI. What is one common case, right, where AI can be helpful for the students, right? I mean, these days we're talking about, Varun just gave a very good example that AI can become your personalized teacher, right? So what is it that, the students should be leveraging AI for, apart from the education? If at all, it's a common question for all of us. It'll be a great takeaway for the students.
No, in fact, as I feel, this Chat GPT, GPT-4 and all those, they have adopted AI. So the teachers can make best use of that, and the children also can make and then use some programming where they can adapt, like for example, some problem, like for example, this soil monitoring,
right?
Like the plants need to grow, plants need to get watered. When should they get watered?
Right.
So you can't water it, so you should judiciously water such plants. So now, when should the sprinkler get on? So using a set of sensors and AI, it can be monitored, and then the drip irrigation or whatever it is, where you need to save water, conserve water for the next generation also can be adopted. But they have to use proper programming so that it switches on whenever it is required and all those. So
how many of you guys are using ChatGPT here? Everyone?
Yeah, everyone should be using it.
How many of you guys feel that there should be open exams so that you can use ChatGPT? Oh, okay. So are your computer labs equipped with ChatGPT now? Not yet, okay.
No, are you in the free subscription or are you paying? Free subscription. You go for the payment, you get colorful things. He is also very smart because he also wants to make money, So that is why he has not let everything free. You have to pay something, and when you pay, in fact, the previous session you had, nothing comes free. So in the economy when he was telling. So if you pay for ChatGPT, you get different versions. You want to make a colorful PowerPoint presentation, you can get it through ChatGPT. But in the free version, you don't get it. You don't even get a single image. Whereas in the paid version, you will get all the things.
Okay, we'll take 2 questions from the students here, students or anyone else as well. Any questions to the panel related to the technology? anything that you are very curious? Yes.
So in the growing world of technology, we are appearing to be putting aside sustainability and reliance on nature and the environment. So, do you believe, or do the panelists in general believe, that sustainability and environment is more important than technology, or is it vice versa?
I think question also on the green technology. So if Varun, if at all you have any insights on this.
Sustainability is very important, and I think your generation unfortunately will be burdened with that, since our generation and the previous two generations have, created something little unsustainable. That being said, a lot of technology is now coming into place to help this. For instance, manufacturing now is becoming lights out. Humans are not required. And when it's only tech-based, the processes will be better, the waste that comes out of it will reduce. And of course, water consumption also will reduce. We're also trying to move away from plastic. So while these things are still at nascent stages, I think maybe in the next 5-10 years, you'll start seeing some major differences.
To add some more points, the technology, in fact, for sustainability technology, if you see, in International Space Station, 93% of the water, please don't 93% of the water there, even the sweat coming out of the astronauts and all those are reused. That is converted to water, filtered, and then it is made as this one, potable water. That technology is being used here on ground. Wherever there is water shortage, they can use it. That is one. Then, as you was telling, for water consumption, even power. Now you see LED bulbs that, it has replaced all the earlier bulbs. We have saved a lot of power. So that way, a lot of opportunities, especially this in technology, exists for all the things. So whether it is power, then EV vehicles to save the fossil fuels, so that the climate change, global warming, all those we need to worry about that. So one, the science and technology is taking care, and the technology tells that yes, you can do this one, where you can control the damage to the planet Earth. Because as we know, this is the only planet where life is existing. Though SETI, that search for extraterrestrial intelligence and all those are going on, at least at present we know that this is the only planet where life of this kind is existing. So as such, we need to conserve our natural resources for the future generation. And for that, technology is really helping. As I told you on LED, how much power it has saved for the country. Then the drinking water, especially, we have got a lot of sea water, how to make it potable. All these things are helping us.
Okay. So we'll take one more question. Anyone from the audience? Yes. What is that question?
Satellite that contains data, something he told.
What if the satellite?
What if the satellite which contains all the data breaks?
Yeah, very good question. In fact, during war, the China actually tried it, and then not during the war, they wanted to they launched their satellite and they broke their satellite. So that tomorrow in case of war, because the satellite contains lot of data, but please sit down, I will tell you. In fact, it's a good question. The data will not be in the satellite. The satellite, say communication satellite, whatever I just send the signal, it gets amplified and it sends it back to wherever I have told. Like for example, Doordarshan, you see the Wimbledon match, so it's being played there. So it sends the data from Wimbledon and our satellite receives it and beams the data to the ground. As such, it will not be storing any data. A remote sensing satellite, which works from an altitude of 400 to 500 kilometers, it goes over the nation, takes the pictures, stores it, and whenever it sees our Earth station, the ground station, it transmits the data for us to receive. But satellites are very important, not as just data storage or anything, to continue for these, to provide the continuity of the services. Like for example, communication satellite. Now all banking, everything is dependent on the satellite. Like for example, railways, then they are dependent on the satellite. You may be thinking how railways are dependent on the satellites. There are so many unmanned crossings in the country where like railway level crossing, there is nobody to man it. Now, a bullock, farmer or somebody walks, he doesn't see the train coming or he doesn't hear, then there will be an accident. So what we people have done, the railways, taking our Indian remote IRNSS satellite, Indian Regional Navigation Satellite, they have mounted some payloads on the train, gadgets on the train, so that the latitude and longitude of the place where unmanned crossing is there, it is fed into the train. So as soon as the train comes to that, it gets the signal from the IRNSS saying that, oh, you are already in this, and automatically it blows the whistle so that people don't come to cross at that time. And once it crosses the station, and again particular latitude and longitude what is fed, it stops blowing the horn. So as such, data will not be there in the satellite. But some of the remote sensing satellites, a communication satellite is visible to me for all 24 hours, 24/7. It is visible. Whereas a remote sensing satellite goes around the Earth once in 96 minutes to 100 minutes, depending on where it is. So now it has taken the picture of our country, say the Indian, the agriculture. If it is visible over India, immediately it dumps the data. But when it is going on the other side, I would like to take, I don't want the satellite to lie idle. I would like to take the satellite, I would like it to take the pictures of the other side also, so that tomorrow I can sell it to that country. So again, when it comes over India, it has to dump so much data. So in that direction, we are now launching one more satellite called the Data Relay Satellite, Indian Data Relay Satellite, which will be at 36,000 kilometers, that is geostationary orbit, and all these low Earth orbiting satellites which are not in our line of sight, not over India. As I told you, here it is going and now it is on the other side. But it is still taking the pictures of that agricultural thing. That time, it just sends the data to our ideal data relay satellite, and from data relay satellite, I can get the data to ground. So, a satellite doesn't store much data, but it stores certain data, only this. But a satellite is very important.
Got it. Thank you, sir. I hope sir has answered in very much detail to you, right? So we have a lot of founders here, and also we have a man who went to the Shark Tank also. Now we'll kind of simulate that experience, right? Is there anyone from the audience who is already having a technology-based idea, so that we can actually give you the suggestions on how you can leverage the tech? It will be more relevant for us. Anyone with a tech idea here? Yeah. There are many actually, so we'll start with you.
If anybody wants to be an entrepreneur or a startup founder in his future, how many of you people want to start up? Okay.
So asking questions.
Yeah. Will be more relevant in that direction.
You are audible, yeah.
Should I tell you about it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have plans till like November where we have to try and make a working model on a drone model that integrates the arts of AI inside of it for like picking up waste from the seashores.
Okay, you have Charan here. Charan can actually.
Yeah, so the drone that you're going to build, will it capture any image, or is it going to collect samples from these?
Sir, it's like a way for a sustainable like trash picking up. Like from the seashores, we're trying to pick up the trash, like clean up trash.
Okay, wonderful. So basically, you need to be clear about what is the solution that you're going to offer with your drone or anything. So as a drone company, we believe that drone is an enabler that could carry anything. So let it be a camera, let it be a person, let it be any medicine box or anything. So you need to be clear on what your solution is going to offer. And then you can start with your business. And the way we started is we have tie-ups. We got to know the drone technology, how could it be advanced, what could be the changes that currently the drone have and what changes we could bring to make it better. So you need to have clear understanding on how to improve your drone. And then once your model is ready, maybe you can also reach out to me and we'll be able to see what does it do and completely and understand it much better.
Sir, I sure will do, sir.
Yeah, all the best.
Sir, thanks for the great insights, sir. I'll definitely take them into account.
We'll give chance to one more idea. Yeah. I think you already spoke. You already gave the question. We'll give chance to others. Any more ideas? There, yeah.
I have an idea like AC fan, like in winter, summers, like people like middle class, they can afford ACs. That's why like, we can mix AC and the fan to make an AC fan.
Yeah, actually, one great feedback that which class are you in?
7th grade.
What's your name?
Tahir.
Tahir, high 7th standard, right? 7th standard, I had ideas of building a static volcano where I just put some powders and some acid and just blows. I think you guys are asking about satellites. People are talking about drones picking trash on the seashore. It's actually incredible how much exposure you guys have. Actually, and I'm very happy to see young kids having so much exposure. So in the next 10 years, I'm sure you might build like a new air condition which runs on some new fuel or whatever, we don't know. So I'm really surprised by the kind of questions everyone's asking, but yeah, I didn't understand actually what you want to build. So do you have a team? Yes.
You want to
my
build
God.
a AC
So yeah,
and a
already
fan.
have a startup in 7th standard. So yeah, I mean, in 7th standard, I never understood how an air condition works. So
No, I think
yeah,
he
that-
asked
that-
about
yeah.
for the lower class society.
Okay.
How can you get them an AC with a lower cost? Something
Great.
like that,
Yes.
not it?
Yes.
Lower
Yes,
cost.
sir.
Yes, great idea. So what, keeping the technology aside, that anyway, I'm sure you can figure out slowly. But the main idea, how a business runs is what is the value that you're adding? What is the problem that you'll solve? Right, that is a business. So let's say for the audience that you're going to sell, the main thing would be the price point, right? How low can you sell it at, like compared to what is there? And we all know that the problem with the air conditions is the current bill that you need to pay once you use it. So how efficient your product would be, I think that would become like a business idea, right?
In
Like
fact,
the
in fact, I
cost
have a
of it,
solution.
like,
No,
it
no.
will be like less than AC conditioner, but equal to a fan.
Oh, that's incredible then. You
No,
have
no.
a,
See, I tell you,
you have an
the
idea.
technology is increasing. Nanotechnology will come where you will get small compressors. Study more on nanotechnology. So from nanotechnology, you will be able to make, with less power, you will be able to make a better compressor. So all these small miniaturized motors will come in the market and all those. See now, this OFC has already replaced that transmission, that telecommunication and all those have been already replaced by OFCs. There is no metal wire at all now. OFCs have reduced the cost. At the same time, they have increased the transmission capability. Like that, this nanotechnology, then these materials, in fact, space gives wonderful opportunities for them to study more about material manufacturing in microgravity. So
Right.
new materials will be invented, and those materials can be applied here for
Yeah.
power reduction and all those.
Sure. Thanks, Tahir. I hope you invent something on this problem, right? Okay. On that note, thank you so much, panel. I mean, you have answered very patiently all the questions, and we discussed what kind of sectors.
One small suggestion I would like to give them. See, like space is vast, even the opportunities for children, especially to come out with innovative ideas, is also vast. In case you have any idea, ISRO provides wonderful opportunities when you go to engineering. The next professional course, when you go to engineering, in case you want to do internship in ISRO, you can apply for ISRO. In case your idea is fantastic, then you will be given an opportunity to work more on that idea. Our engineers there in ISRO will guide you. And even in case you have something that you feel that, oh, I should do it in International Space Station, NASA provides you the opportunity. You can contact NASA over email, share your idea, and NASA, in case they like it. In fact, the Canadian Space Agency, what it has done, they took the ideas from the children, and then, like, for example, we take a shampoo bath here. Everything, because of gravity, it comes down, whereas in space it floats. So even the hair, if it stands like that, it stands like that, it doesn't fall down. The children had some doubts. So that is why Canadian Space Agency sent astronauts, and they told the astronauts to conduct these experiments which the children had the doubt. They have made a video and then put it on the net. Like, for example, you wring a towel. So here the water falls, whereas there what will happen? Such things. So if you have any such questions or any experiments to be conducted in space, you write to ISRO or to NASA, they will help you out in conducting such experiments. For all that, you need to be innovative. You should do something different. That's all.
Thank you so much for your suggestion, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. We are closing the panel discussion now due to paucity of time, but we are truly grateful for your ideas, advice, and intention. Thank you so much, our panelists. Now, I would like to request Trupti ma'am and Sunita ma'am to please, and Monica ma'am, to please come on stage to honor the speakers. Mr. Charan, Mr. Pratyush G. Reddy, Mr. Varun, Mr. Nikhil Gunda, and Mr. S. Hiriana. Thank you so much, sir.
Huge round of applause for the guests.
I request everybody remain seated because the next workshop is something that you will really enjoy yourself. It's one workshop you've been talking about. It's the workshop by Edutainment. So please be seated.
A huge round of applause for the guest speakers. Thank you so much for your time. It was a wonderful session, to be honest.
I request everyone please be seated. Our next workshop is Edutainment to the Beat by Miss Kirtana Bhopal, Pop the Learning Project. Put your hands together for Miss Kirtana Bhopal. She is a musician, singer, and a songwriter, co-founder Pop the Learning Project. Kirtana is a powerful singer with a remarkable 3-octave vocal range, effortlessly blending blues, jazz, R&B, funk, and fusion. Hailing from a family steeped in music, dance, and art, Kirtana has a passion, and she is also in the College of Arts in Singapore, graduating with a degree in vocals and popular music performance. Put your hands together for Kirtana, please. Children, can you please be seated? Everyone, please settle down. You've been talking about this workshop for 2 days now. Kirtana, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Is everyone still awake? Okay, I shouldn't be saying that, but how's everyone doing today? I didn't hear anything. Can I get a I'm doing great? All right. let me introduce, although Mehma introduced me, I shall introduce myself a little bit. My name is Keetana, and I am a musician, singer by profession. And I have performed for many, many years. But today I find myself also teaching music because I love being around talented children, as all of you are. And I also am a vocal coach. So I was really, really, really excited to be here today to experience what I'm about to do today with all of you. Can we have the PPT up, please? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Today we're going to be exploring a very different aspect of music, children. Does everybody out here love music? Yeah? Okay, can I ask you what, maybe children in the back, can I ask you what kind of music you listen to every day? Pop? Rock and roll? Hip hop? You need to be louder for me to hear you. Rap? Okay. What is that? Kendrick Lamar is hip hop, right? Nice. Okay, great. I get an idea of what kind of music you listen to. But today, we're going to become our own instruments. Do you know what that means? Do you know the term instruments? Do you know what instruments are? What are they? What are musical instruments? They make music, right? We play different musical instruments to create music. Correct? All right. So today, we're going to be exploring something called Ma. Sorry? Where is it? Oh. Okay, yeah. Everyone here, can you repeat what I'm saying? Ayo. Ayo. Eh. Woo. La. Can I hear you? All right, can you say yes? Yes, I am here. All right, Ma, the pause between two notes. Oops. Okay. All right. One thing I'd like for all of you to do right now, I'm going to be playing you two different audios. Okay? All we have to do is listen, observe, and try and understand what you hear in both the tunes. Yeah? Whether there's similarities, dissimilarities, I need you to give me at least two similarities between the two. Okay? Here we go. Okay. So we heard both the tunes, right? Can somebody tell me what similarity you saw in both the tunes? We can see all of the dissimilarities, right? It's very apparent that they're two very different tunes. But what's similar in the two of them? They're fast. Sorry? Okay, that was a great observation. Anything else? Did you hear him, children? Did all of you hear what he said? Both of them had pauses around the same time is what you said, right? Okay. Very good observation. So what we're talking about today is a pause between two sounds or a pause between two notes in music, right? We rarely ever pay attention to silences in a piece of music. Do we? Do we pay attention to the sound that's playing or do we pay attention to the silence in the music? Always paying attention to sound, right? From start to end, we just want to sing along with the singer and not notice anything else. Am I right or am I right? Okay. So the idea is that we're talking about a Japanese philosophy called the silence between two notes in music. Can we all say ma together? Great. We all stopped at some point, right? We have to stop at some point. Okay, keep that in mind as we move on. All right. I want you to listen to the next piece of music that I'm playing and tell me what kind of music you hear. Okay, what instruments, what kind, what genre of music this is. Okay? What did you say? Opera, okay. Classical, okay. You heard violins, okay. Sorry? Orchestra. Lovely. So when you hear violins or when you hear cellos, you're familiar with these instruments, right? But what genre of music is made up of all of these instruments? It's orchestra. We've seen what an orchestra looks like, right? Yeah, do they look like all of you sitting here? Kind of, minus the instruments, right? So can somebody play me an instrument from the orchestra right now? What's that? A violin? Okay, that was pretty noticeable. Can someone play another instrument from the orchestra? Can you play it for me? Can all of you play one instrument for me? I need to see everyone here also playing an instrument for me. Okay, great. Everyone use their bodies to play the instrument? Yeah? Did one of you even use your voice to play the instrument? Can you use your voice to sing a violin? Can you use your voice to play the piano? Great, guys. Really appreciate your involvement. Okay. Now, the entire idea of what we're going to do now is you are going to be my orchestra. And who leads the orchestra, children? Music director. conductor, right? Who is the person who leads the orchestra? Conductor. Why are we clapping? The show is not over. The show has just begun, guys. All right. Are we ready to be the orchestra? All right. Now, since we know that there are two things that are present in an orchestra, right? There's a leader and there are followers. Who follows the leader, the conductor? The singers, the violinists. Every musician that is present in an orchestra has to follow the conductor to be able to play the instrument. Okay? So when there is a good leader, there are good followers. When there are good followers, there is a good leader. All right? That takes listening, observation, communication, comprehension. I like how you're going with sync with me. Okay. All right, are we ready to be good followers? Can I hear a bigger yes? Okay, be the orchestrator of your life. Guys, come on. Okay. Now to be able to use your voice as an instrument, before you get onto a tennis court, do you just randomly go take your racket and like play the sport? What do you do before that? You warm up, right? So before a singer sings or a violinist plays, do they directly go and play in the orchestra? No. What do? They warm up. Okay. So now since we're using our voices as an instrument, we're going to do a little bit of a warm up. And if my followers don't participate, I won't be able to lead. So are you going to follow me? Okay, we're going to get into something called a lip bubble. What is it? Have you heard of this before? No? All right, we lip bubble to warm up our voices. What do we lip bubble for? Okay, can we all, this is how it goes. Can everyone do it together? Can't hear you. I think all of you listened enough today, so let's do. Come on, let's go. All right, can all of you stand up in your places? All of you stand up. Good job. Okay, since we've lip bubbled, we're going to do something called the siren. Okay? We're going to emulate the siren of an ambulance. Okay? If I put my hand in the air, what level of a sound are you going to give me? A high sound, right? If I put my hand down, and if I put it to the side, medium, smart. My orchestra is pretty smart. I don't need to over-explain. Okay. If I do a circle, high to low to mid to high, and then back down, right? So we're smart enough to follow the leader? Okay, let's go. So, when my hand is down, I would expect as a conductor to hear no sound. All of you come forward. I need my orchestra close to me. I need you all to follow me. Come down, please. Don't leave any spaces in the back. I know we all want to eat lunch. We don't have any energy to be an orchestra, but let's just try for 5 minutes. Are we ready to do this? All right. Do not want to hear any sound when my hand is down. Okay? I'm going to split you guys into two groups. Alright? Right down the center. This way. Can you follow my instructions? Musicians? No selfies, please. Can we take selfies during lunchtime? Please. Okay. We're split till here, then over there it's just become... Okay, great. Split down the center. Followers and leaders. Alright, after this little game that we're about to play, you are going to... One of you is going to be a leader today, before we go for lunch. Okay? Communication is key to winning at teamwork. Do you agree? Do you think that if there was no conductor, that the orchestra would just play whatever they wanted? No. Maybe. Oh, there's a maybe also. Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, so let's come up with a few signs. All right. If I'm your conductor, I'm going to have to give you a few signs for you to follow, right? Otherwise, you're going to be lost. Correct? So let's do this. We have hand up in the air, which is high. Okay? Hand completely low, which is low. Hand to the side, which is medium. Alright, I'm going to do something like this. Stop. Right? So if I do this, it means I hear. What do I hear? Silence. We get the picture. Okay. And our little game begins now. Need to hear low sound. Silence is not a whisper, children. My orchestra is being very difficult. Okay, let me put it on another leader now. I'm going to pick one of you to come and be a leader. That one over there. Yeah, come. Are you okay? Okay. All right. Exactly 1 minute I'm going to give. Okay, Divit is your conductor for today. Are we following Divit?
Yes. Just do anything. Okay.
Thank you so much. Was he a good leader? Was he or was he not? Were we good followers? Can we rate ourselves? Yes. Okay. All right. Coming to the last question. Where did Ma fit in? Where did the Japanese philosophy of Ma fit in all of this? No, tell me. Go for it. Whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. So I'm going to go back to the first slide. Can all of you just take a mental note of this? Ma, the pause between two notes, right? The silence between two notes, right? Where, in what we did now with the orchestra, where do you think Ma fit in? The silence, right? Did we take a few pauses when we were... Did we take a moment to calm? But we did hear a lot of whispers, right? We did hear a lot of restlessness and we couldn't be silent. Okay, that's also because we're hungry. Okay. All right. Are we all able to read this? Taking a pause in life and thinking before acting on it helps us make smarter choices. Just like in music, where pauses make the song come together perfectly. This is your motto for today, children. I hope you use this in your life, at school, at home. I hope you understood the concept of what we were trying to do today. And thank you for being my orchestra. All right.
Wow, thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Can you please sit down now? I'll have to do this. Sit, stand up. Nobody's following my instructions, Kirtana. Now the crowd is only following. I should conduct one of those sessions too. All right, kids, can you settle down, please? We are going to break for lunch, but we are only going to break for lunch if you all sit down. High school at the back. So how did you like Kirtana ma'am's session? On a scale of 1 to 5. Do you want her to do one workshop later again sometime? Yes, we always say yes for edutainment, right? Okay, wonderful. So now we're going to break for lunch. And meanwhile, can I request Miss Kirtana to please join me on stage? And Monica ma'am, could I please have you on stage to honor Miss Kirtana? Can you give me a loud orchestra cheer for her? Now, how many of you are hungry? That's good to know. Sit down. Great news. We'll sit down and we'll walk slowly. Yes. We'll start from the first row, please. If you could line up, first row, second row. Yeah. And please head to Marvel, which is on the which floor? Fifth. Exactly. So it's on the 5th floor. Please come from the staircase. First row, second row, third row. I know everyone's hungry. One row at a time. Keep moving. Please keep moving. Keep moving. Slowly. Yes, what a fabulous audience. Lovely. Amazing.
Yeah, keep walking, children. Pick up those bottles on the way if you put them there.
Please walk in a line and try not to push each other because there's lots of space for you to fall down. I request all the students to please stop jumping down the stairs. I'm talking about the students on the top there. Please avoid coming down the bigger seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Students of Premier Academy, this instruction is specifically tailored for you, okay? If you don't behave yourself, you will be asked to leave. Okay? This is a very important workshop, and I think you should respect the speaker and your MC for the day and your faculty. So if you have any problems with being a certain way, you can go outside. And now I request the high school student to please come down and sit. Occupy the spaces which is empty. Thank you. You will make your way quietly down without causing any more. All right. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Amirullah Khan, who is now a member of the Public Service Commission. We are honored to have you, sir. He is here to guide us through this transformative journey. His masterclass is all about your career, your rules, and career intelligence workshop. Can we please put your hands together for sir one more time? Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Even if you say, okay, now can you hear me better? Yes? All right, good. So thanks so much. Are you, is anyone here worried about a career? Yeah? Are you looking for a career? Does anyone here know why you go to school? What is the purpose of education? What does education do? Does education help you get a job? Why do you study in school? Is it for getting a job at the end of the day? Is there some other reason you go to school? What do you go to school for? Gaining some knowledge. All right. All right, what in your opinion is a great job? What is the best job that you can think of? Anyone? No. Give me the job. CEO. All right. Anybody else? Yeah? Say that again. Scientist. Anyone else? Doesn't anyone here want to be a film star? Great job, isn't it? Or a football player. Yeah, these are jobs and great jobs. So you have a lot of careers in front of you. How do you choose a career? How do you know where you want to go to? How do you know that you are a good scientist or you're a good advertiser or a good actor? Because that is what will help you decide your course of action. Isn't it? The trouble is, and this is the first problem, that if I ask you at this point in time, you're all what, 14, 15, 16-year-olds? If I ask you now, what do you want to be 10 years later? How many of you know the answer? Raise your hands. How many of you know where you will be 10 years from now? What you will be doing 10 years from now? Good. I'm very happy that most of you don't know what you're going to do 10 years from now. Because that's a very healthy thing. How do you know where the world will be 10 years from now? What is the world going to look like 10 years later? A lot of jobs that will be available 10 years later are not existing today. When I went to school, most of the jobs that came up after we graduated were never there. Who knew that there was a job called graphic designing? It didn't exist. Or writing code. New jobs emerge every now and then. The trick is to be prepared for those new jobs by being open and aware. One of the careers, however, that remains, that has been there for hundreds and thousands of years. Some jobs haven't changed. Some jobs are there from the very beginning, right? Some of you who are at least the naughty ones will know what is the world's oldest profession, right? And I am not giving you the answer. Find it out. You know that? What is it? No, it's not. Even before farming. Farming came after hunting, Yeah? Army. Much later. Teaching. No. Teaching is very recent. Hunting is a good answer. It's a very mischievous question. Yeah? Go ahead. Poaching. Good. Very good answer. Yeah. Not the right answer though. Alright, you are old enough. Engineering. Okay. Good try. Well, that trading is a good answer, but it is wrong. So because you are old enough, I will tell you that the world's oldest profession is supposed to be prostitution. Right? That's why I said it's a mischievous thing. But then, there are some jobs, as I said, that don't change. And one of those jobs that has existed from ever since is a government job, is a position in the government. People used to work for kings, for emperors, in the army, and then they worked for elected governments. The first time or the first country that chose government officers with an exam, can anyone guess that? No, not India. Somebody gave the answer. China. China has the oldest merit-based government exam that exists anywhere in the world, more than 2000 years old. And you know why they did that? Why do you have a written exam? Why did they want a written exam for a government position? How do you choose somebody to be head of an army by an exam? Can an exam tell you how good a soldier I will be? Knowledge. So that's a good answer. But how do you test somebody to be a horse rider? So can you test all capabilities using a written exam? That's my worry right now. Right now what I do, my job is recruitment. I am part of the agency in the government that recruits officers. That recruits our collectors, that recruits our policemen, that recruits our teachers, our librarians, our veterinary officers, our forest officers, our medical scientists. And very often the problem that I have is, how do I test people? How do I ascertain using an exam that she is the best one among all of them? It's like asking you to write an exam to choose the swimming team of your school. Can you do that? So very often we have to balance this out and see how we can test knowledge using an exam, because there is really no other way of holding a objective examination. So earlier, what used to happen was that most recruitment was based on some form of the caste system. So you belong to a particular family, belong to a particular region or a particular group, and therefore you were chosen to be part of that activity. China first wanted to break that caste system, and that's why they got an exam. And that's why we also got an exam. Now, so therefore, one of the jobs that has stood the test of time, and even when we were a farming community, there were government jobs. When we became industrial, there were government jobs. When we are now a service sector economy, there are government jobs. When AI and machine learning will become very important and will be all pervasive, there will be government jobs. One of the biggest recruiters is the government. Today, in India, there are about 7% people. Acha, just note this. See this number. It's a very interesting number. What percentage of India's adult workforce has a job? How many people do you know who have jobs? 45? Anybody else? The answer is 7. 93% of adult India does not have a job. They are usually self-employed, pushing carts, repairing punctures, running auto rickshaws. It is 7% of us. Half of us in the government and half of us in the private sector. So there are very few people in the country who have jobs. Within that, half of them work for the government at various levels, state government and central government. So one career that is a good career for all of you is a career in the government. Why is it a good career in the government? Yeah? It pays well? Not really. Yeah. It doesn't pay well. I joined the government back from the corporate sector this year, and I can tell you how much salary loss do I have. So the government doesn't pay very well, but it's all right. It's not too bad. What else? Why else should you be? Because of pensions. Good answer. Yeah. Government jobs usually give you pensions, that when you retire, then you get some money for doing nothing. Job security, right? In government, it is very rare that you get kicked out of your job. In fact, it is almost impossible. Very few people are able to achieve that. What else? Why else should you work in government? I work for the government. To help the country. So I'll tell you that the reason some of us joined the government was not because it paid lots of. When I joined the government in 1993, my salary was 4,652 rupees and 30 paisa. At that level, 30 paisa is important. So I used to get my salary in an envelope. We used to queue up outside the accountant's window and we would get that cash money. I was a very senior officer. I had joined the civil service 1993. I was, I was among the only ones from Hyderabad who got in. So my photograph was there on Inadu, on Siyasat, on Deccan Chronicle. And then I went there, I joined my course in Mussoorie and I got my first salary. 4,500, whatever. I went to the dining hall and paid 2,800 rupees for my mess bill. Those of you who are in hostels will know that you have to pay for your food. So I went and paid 2,800 rupees to the mess. I went and paid 500 rupees to the dhobi. Those days, world was a different world where we all used to do very dirty things like smoking. So I went and paid 500 rupees to that panwala fellow. And on the 15th of that month, I was left with 20 rupees. I wrote a letter to my father. Those days were days of letters. There was no WhatsApp and email. So I wrote a letter saying, "Dear Dad, I am in this, very high status job, a group A service, gazetted officer, You know, we are among the only 300,000 who graduated from here. It's a very, very high profile job. Please send me 2,000 rupees immediately. I didn't have money. So it wasn't about money. The reason that government jobs are good jobs is because at any position in the government, you are able to help hundreds and thousands of people. You know, a very low level officer, a joint collector in a district has, you know, in a year in Telangana, every joint collector spends about $2 billion. The top CEO of any big firm, take any big firm, you know, the biggest CEO will be operating with, 500 crore rupees or 600,000 crore rupees. But here, this 23, 24-year-old joint collector will be working with 15,000 crore rupees. The health secretary in Telangana has a budget of 28,000 crores. So at a very junior level, you are able to work with lots of money and change lots of lives. That's the big advantage you get. Every day when you go back from office and hit the pillow, you will think, what did I do today? You know, if you're working for Hewlett Packard, then you will say, okay, I sold 4 PCs. If you're working for Hindustan Lever, I sold 10 cases of Lifebuoy soap. But if you are the joint collector in, Khammam, you will say, there were 10 people who came to my office and they went back with their house titles corrected, their health improved, their children admitted in school. That's the big advantage of working in government. And that is why some of you are encouraged and will like to get into a government position. And that's the career that I am talking about, and I am asking all of you to consider when you graduate out of college. So you will finish school, some of you very soon, some of you in 3 or 4 years' time. You will get to a good college, you will get a undergraduate degree in whatever you fancy. The other good thing about a government job is it doesn't matter what you studied. You could have done a BA in history, you could have done a BTech in computer science, you could have done medicine, you could have done law. In my batch, in the 1993 batch, of the top 300 of us, of the top 100, 90 were engineers and doctors, and 10 were from law, history, veterinary science, and one was somebody who had done a math degree. But in those top 800, top 300, you had people from everywhere, from every discipline. There was a graduate in Telugu literature. There were a couple of people who had done Ayurveda and Unani medicine. So whatever you do at your undergrad level, you are eligible for an administrative position in government. Then how do you get in? What is the next step? See, what the government position does, or what this civil service tests you for, is not any specific area of knowledge. We don't test you for your ability to do maths. We don't test you for your knowledge of science or your knowledge of communication. What do we test you for then? We test you for your ability to know a little bit about everything. So this is one exam. This is the only exam in the world where there is no syllabus. You can't take a look at the question paper and say, this question is out of the syllabus. You have to know a little bit about everything. You have to be somebody who, as one very famous person described, you have to be somebody who loiters. You know what loitering is? Have you ever, some evening, just got out of your house and just loitered? No purpose. You're not going anywhere. You're just roaming around. Left and right, here and there. There is no direction. There is no destination that you want to reach. You just want to loiter. The government job is somebody who wants to loiter. Wants to loiter through various aspects of knowledge. So you know a little bit about ancient Indian history. You know a little bit about international geopolitics. You know a little bit about what is happening in Ukraine. You know why the Amazon forest is very important. You know what is happening in Hungary with the Grandmaster's titles and why India came up first. You know a little bit about how good cinema is made. You also understand what is happening in the Nepal-Bhutan border. You know what is the issue in Manipur. Right? You know what is happening in Bangladesh. You also understand why farmers are upset. That's what is the exam testing you for. So for those of you who have an aptitude for knowledge without any reason, you are ready to read anything. You are ready to understand and explore any avenue. For those of you, this is an exam that is a very easy exam. It is the world's toughest exam, by the way. The UPSC is the world's toughest exam. Because there will be 150,000, 15 lakhs of you who are writing this exam for 700 jobs. There is no exam that is tougher. But if you are somebody who has this basic instinct for learning, this basic ability to pick up wild, different arrays of knowledge, then you will do well. Let me tell you, therefore, about what my exam was like. Right? The exam was, as I told you, a little chunk of maths, little chunk of history, some geography, some language, everything possible. But the interview was the interesting one. Because the interview is very important. It's what picks you up from the ranks. How many of you have faced interviews? Some of you must have interviewed to become a prefect or a monitor or, interviewed to get into a new school. So you know what an interview roughly is like. Well, let me take you through my interview. This is May of 1993. I am, obviously very nervous. I had just landed in Delhi. It was very hot, but in that 47, 48 degrees, I have to wear a suit, a tie, very uncomfortable. In that majestic building of the UPSC, where at that time the air conditioners worked very badly. So sitting there, waiting for my turn. This one friend of mine, later to become a friend of mine, she goes in and in about 20 minutes comes out. And she is in tears. I said, what happened? Why are you so upset? She said, I went in there and there are these 5 old men who are sitting on the other side of the table. And the first question they asked me is, so young lady, tell us who E.M. Foster was. Anyone here who's heard of the name E.M. Foster? All right. Who is E.M. Foster? E.M. Foster was one of the finest English writers who lived in India. She said, sir, I don't know who E.M. Foster. So they said, okay. So, what do you think about Naipaul's style of writing English novels? She said, sir, who is Naipaul? Alright, doesn't matter. Tell us about, and this some of you might know, about the Malgudi days. You know who wrote the Malgudi? Anyone? R.K. Narayan. Wow, very good. So they said, tell us about R.K. Narayan and Malgudi days. She said, sir, I don't know. Alright, what do you think is the meaning of the stream of consciousness in English literary writing? She said, sir, I'm a biology student. I don't know anything of this kind. Alright, doesn't matter. Have you read The Golden Gate? Who wrote The Golden Gate? Anyone here? The Golden Gate is one of the finest modern novels written. It's written in poetry. It was written by Vikram Seth. She said, sir, I don't know. I have never read English literature. 18 questions. They asked her 18 questions on English literature, and for every question she said, sir, I am not an English literature student. On the 19th question they said, okay, tell us about the biological diversity in the hills of Nagaland. And that is where she gave a great answer, because she is an environment scientist. And she said, no, I have ruined the interview. 18 questions, I have said no. But you know what? She got it in. And the reason she got it was, she was honest. For 18 questions, she said, I don't know. And the 19th question that she knew, she gave a fabulous answer. Then came my turn. So I walk in. You know, it's close to lunchtime, they are very hungry, so they are obviously very, very edgy, frustrated, upset. They have already interviewed some 12 people. And as I walk in, even before I can sit down, one of them says, so young man, tell us about what the government of India is doing to restructure the insurance sector in the country. You know, it was meant to rattle me because it was a new thing that was happening. But for some strange reason, this Malhotra committee that was set up to look at insurance sector, I knew that committee. So I said, sir, I know this answer. I gave them what the Malhotra committee had said. They were like kind of surprised because it was very new. So the next fellow said, okay, tell me how to calculate the area under a hyperbola. I don't know if you've done enough maths to, you know what a hyperbola is? Yeah, very good. You know how to calculate the area? It's a very complex equation. But you know, I remembered my second year engineering maths and answered that question. The third fellow said that, now tell us about what are the particular problems that women face in the Barmer district of Rajasthan. And you know what? And that is why I tell this story to all you children. That my first job was working in the districts of Rajasthan. I knew Barmer like the back of my hand. So I told them about, and I had done some study on that. So they got, they said, okay, these three different questions and this fellow has answered all of them. So they said, let us get a tough one. Said, we see your CV, you've played cricket for the university, you've played football, you've done, some work with, I'd done some little tennis and all. They said, you've done this sport, these games. Tell us, who is the captain of India's volleyball team? Anyone here? That was meant to completely, destroy my confidence. But see how fate works. I knew the fellow. He was my neighbor. Abdul Hadi was India's captain. He lived not too far from here. And we played with him. So they said, okay, really? That, and and that thing went on. Then this other chap who had kept quiet throughout, he saw my CV. I had done English, Hindi, Sanskrit. For those of you who are from HPS, those were the options that we had. So he said, okay, what can you tell us about the style of writing among Urdu poets in the late 17th century? Right? That's pre-Ghalib. Ghalib some people know about. But who knows about Sauda and Mir? And stroke of luck, my mom had taught me Sauda and Mir at home. So the interview went from here, there, left, right. But I was like that Slumdog Millionaire. How many of you have seen Slumdog Millionaire? All those 10 questions, that fellow was, somehow he knew that. I was like that. All those 13 questions, I was there. And for someone who had barely passed the exam, I was at the bottom of the written exam. Here, I must have been the last fellow to squeak in. I needed a lot of marks to get into the final list. But because of this strange interview, which was all, pure sheer luck, I came from the very bottom to the very top. Because I was the highest in the interview that year by far. Why am I telling you this story? The only thing that I want you to remember from my story is that, it will serve you very well to be absolutely open to learning everything under the sun. There is nothing that you should shy away from. You should know the opening game of every big chess player in the world. Know the difference between a Sicilian defense and a Belgian defense. You should know what it makes, why Tiger Woods, scores those impossible shots. You should know how Beckham bends the ball when he shoots a penalty shot. You should know why, Meryl Streep is considered a great actress. You should know what French literature did to the understanding of democracy. How many French writers do you know of? Does anyone here know any famous French writer? I know the answer. I know that you all know. It's just that you don't know it. Yeah? You heard of Victor Hugo, right? Have you? Jules Verne? 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Time Machine, that was H.G. Wells. But do you remember these stories, these novels? If you haven't, please read them. So read as much as you can. Read as diversely as you can. Get into conversations about everything under the sun. Poetry, history, geography, physics, because each branch of knowledge is fascinating. And to end, I will tell you about this one quality that underlines every successful person. And that is that one quality I want you to imbibe in yourself. It's a very simple quality. Across all these rich, famous and successful people that I have worked with. Right? My first boss was a chap called Verghese Kurian. How many of you have heard of this name called Kurian? What did he do? White Revolution. Excellent, right? All these milk dairies that you see. He was my first boss. My second boss was a very famous finance minister of India who gave to us liberalization and globalization. Who was that? A very famous finance minister of India, Manmohan Singh. That was my second boss. My third boss, after I stopped working in the government, My third boss was a very famous economist called Vijay Kelkar. Kelkar is the person who gave us GST. The fourth chap who I worked for was a slightly more famous person. He gave to us Microsoft. Who am I talking about? Who gave Microsoft to the world? Very famous guy. My last boss. Bill Gates. Right? So, I had this good fortune of working with all these and some more people. But what was remarkable about all of them, and that is the one quality I want all of you to internalize, is that they were all extremely humble people. You will learn if you are humble. You will learn when you know that you don't know anything. You will only learn when you know that I have learned this much, but there is so much more out there that I don't know about. If you are arrogant, why will you learn? If you are arrogant and you think you know everything, then you will never learn. Then you will never ask anybody. You will be the great dictator who says, I know everything. I don't want anybody to tell me anything. I will not listen to any advice. I will not learn anything new. All right. My last story that I will tell you is to underline what I mean by this humility. As I said, I was working with Manmohan Singh 30 years ago. You all know Manmohan Singh. He also became the Prime Minister of India, right? So I went to meet him once in 1994, and he said that you haven't come to see me in a month's time. Why didn't you come? So I said, sir, I couldn't take an appointment because my phone was not working. By the way, those of you who are familiar with cell phones don't know that when I was your age, very few of us had phones, and those phones were analog phones that you had to dial, and if they didn't work for 6 months together. Then you had to do all sorts of things to get them to work. So he said, oh, so your phone was not working. Then what did you do? I said, sir, I went to the divisional office of BSNL. I told them they didn't do anything. I went to the Nehru Place office. They didn't do anything. I went to the Central Telecom office in Gold Market. They did not do anything. Then I wrote an article in the Business Standard. And that is when my phone got repaired. So he was listening to all this very, with great attention. And then he said, you know what? Can you do something for me? My phone is also not working. This was the Finance Minister of India. And he was like that, thoroughly humble all the time. And that is what I want to leave you with. That in any career that you go out to do, any tough exam that you go out to write, so long as you remain primarily humble, that I know so much and there is so much out there that I want to know. So long as you do that, you will be very successful. You are looking into a very exciting phase of the world. The 21st century is possibly easily the most exciting century that we have ever seen, with so much of technology, so much of change, so much of transformation, so many challenges to face. Choose your challenge. Remember that when you grow up, you will look back to see how much you have done. And if you have done so much to improve the condition of people around you, you are very successful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amir sir. We express our gratitude for sharing your valuable insights on your career, your rules with us. Your expertise and experiences from the Telangana Public Service Commission inspired our audience. Yes? Louder. That was not a nice yes. Yes. All right. Okay. Can I please request Tanjot ma'am, early years coordinator, to please honor our speaker for today? Can I get a big round of applause, please? Thank you so much, sir, once again. And clap for yourself for being such a great audience. Now we have our next workshop ready by Captain Mahesh Sharma, ex-Air Force. Sir will be joining us in a minute. And his masterclass is all about the CEO's secret, deep work. You can remain seated unless you have a specific track that you've chosen and you need to go to Marvel. Please be seated. Premier students will be seated. Other schools, if you have another track that you chose for today, you can go down to Marvel. Then the workshop that's going on there is Anam Mirza and Extra Media. Social media guide workshop is going on in Marvel. So if you want to attend that and you've chosen that track, please make your way down to Marvel. Premier students, we request you to sit back here. Other schools who've chosen those tracks, Premier students remain seated where you are. Be seated where you are. Premier students, we request you to stay put in one place. Everyone settle down. Row, last row. If you want to come and occupy these spaces in front. Sunita ma'am, you could send few students, they can come and they can occupy these spaces. Please put your hands together for Captain Mahesh Sharma, ex-Air Force. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you lead masterclass, the CEO's Secret Deep Work. Your expertise forged in the Indian Air Force will inspire leaders to optimize productivity. Sir, we welcome you on stage. All right, okay. Now, how many of you know a little about Air Force? Do you have family or anyone from your family that is in Air Force? Are you excited about this workshop? Yes, all right. A little something about Sir. He's an inquisitive learner with diverse exposure to operations and human resource management, mostly in fast-changing environment. Has successfully assisted organizations in achieving superior capability. Has been on cross-functional and cross-cultural terms for projects of local and international importance. Over to you, sir.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me at the back? Great. How are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now? Lot of gyan since morning, since last 2 days? Yes. Okay. What do you want to do? Let's play some game? No session, only games. All right. Thank you for introducing me, because every time my introduction is given, it actually makes me nervous. Because what you have done in the past is one thing, but what are you going to do in the future is something which is very exciting, and at the same time it makes you nervous also, because people have a lot of expectations, right? So tell me, my friend Kirtana and somebody else also are helping you to get one playing card. Has everybody got one card? Who hasn't got a card? Everyone has got one card? Anybody who's got two cards? No. Okay, great. All right. I think this is a good seating because it will give me some opportunity to look up. Since morning I've been looking down at the screens. All right. Okay. Now, since I mentioned to you that we will do a little bit of activity, the game is like this. We, let's say this is the first, second, third row. The row where this guy in the hoodie is sitting. What's your name? Shaumik. Okay, Shaumin. Thank you. So this group is one group. 1, 2, 3. This row is one group. All right? Then the next three groups, next three rows, ending with, can you raise your hand? There. The sixth row. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. No, yes, this guy who stood up. Yes, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. No, no, I'm not going to call you. Okay, so after Somain, the next three rows is another group. Fine? Got it? You are group number 2. After Shaumen's row, the next 3 rows is group 2. And the last three and 4 rows are group 3. Got it? Okay, the activity which I am going to tell you, don't jump too much. Be careful of the steps. Okay? Take your time. We have adequate time. We are only going to play games. Is that clear? The group allocation, group 1, group 2, and group 3. Okay? Now hello? Can you hear me? Your eyes? Yes. Your attention, please. Now the activity is like this. In your groups, I want you to introduce yourself to each other. We already know. All right. Now the game is, okay, listen here. Yeah. Okay, your attention here. Okay, now listen again. Let me come over there. I think that will be better. I'll keep moving there. Okay. So now you have to introduce yourself to each other. All right, this is one group. All right. And the thing is, the person who introduces first gets a card. Hold on. Okay. All right. Okay, listen to me fully. Start. When I say start, very carefully, not to, fall down anywhere and stumble. Introduce yourself to each other. The person who introduces first gets one card. When I stop the game, in each group, the person with highest number of cards would be a winner. Okay? All right. So your time starts now. Why is this group so much more sober than the other 2 groups? So you're one of those people. Correct. Now it is NRS. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think more or less we have settled down. Now, okay, group number 2. Group number 2, group number 3. Who's got the highest number of cards? The person who feels who has got the highest number of cards, please stand up. Okay. Great. Group number 1. Group number 1. Group number 1. Okay. So group number 1, how many cards have you got? 7. Okay. Anybody who has got higher number of cards than 7 in group number 1? No, okay. Group number 2, how many have you got? You have also got 7. Great. Group number 3? 28. That's really good. That's really good. Okay, now let's start with group number 3. Because obviously they are far ahead. Right? So may I know your name, please? Zoha. Zoha, first of all, let us give her a big hand for collecting most number of cards. Okay, Zoha, tell me at least 15 names of the people you have collected the cards from. Okay. Okay. Tell me at least 10 things that you have found about them which they love to do. All right. Okay. Settle down. Settle down. Settle down. You can also sit down. Group number 1. Group number 1. You can settle down. You can settle down. See, what I want to tell you is, this is a small energizer just to keep your spirits high. See, when we are talking of leaders and talking of CEOs, what happens is, when you move to a work environment, you will be chasing numbers. Okay? There will be a pressure for you to get results. But when you are trying to get results, is your focus on getting results also, or your focus on knowing people? That is something I want you to think. Because what happens is, a CEO who does deep work has a deep connection with people. And that person becomes a CEO only when, as a youngster or as a college student or as a young manager, he goes and knows more about people. Right? Because it is not just, hello, how are you? That's enough. You got to know and understand people. You have to make deeper connections. Through this activity, I just wanted to tell you that you will be, many a times, you have to get your numbers. Right now, they are about results. 99%. But how do you get the results? Do you really become curious to know more about it? Do you really study well? Do you experiment? Or it's just about mugging it up and doing it? Because if you don't do it now, you would not be able to do it later. And that is what I wanted to tell you. Okay. And what happened? Did I tell you? Somebody will say, sir, there was no time. Can you tell me, can anybody tell me if I told you that the time is only 5 minutes? Did I give you a time limit? So what happened is, when we collected the cards, we were very happy to get the cards, right? And the maximum number of cards. But then we sat down. We sat down because we didn't want to give the cards to somebody else. Are you getting it? we could have gone beyond that. After collecting the cards also, we could have gone to people and asked them, okay, tell me a little bit more about you. I bet that there are some people here from different schools. Are you all from the same school? No. You're from different schools. If you make connections now, beyond just meeting each other's, I can tell you that it will give you a lifelong success because it is the people who matters the most. If you ask your parents, what do you want yourself to be? Your parents would be saying, my child is so good, he's able to do something like this. I want my child to have good values. If you ask your friends, they would tell you, you should be my best friend. And what is the definition of best friend? The definition of best friend is a friend who keeps the secrets. Right? If you ask your teachers, what do they want you to be? It's not that they would ask you to get 100% marks every time. They would expect you to be having great values. Right? Discipline, values and other things. And if you look at it, all these people expect you to be a better human. And in order to be better human, you have to develop these qualities. Otherwise, the people who have the most money would become leaders and CEOs. The people who have most power in terms of muscle strength, they will become the leaders. The guys who top the class every time, they will become the CEOs. But if you go and see the history, if you go and see the statistics, it is not the toppers who are becoming the CEOs. Does it make sense? So, all I'm trying to tell you is invest in your relationships. All right, invest in your relationships. Because in a world of artificial intelligence, it is your human connections which are really going to make a difference. The people, let me give you an example. Some of you would have read the news story this morning that there's a guy called Bhavya Johari. Has somebody read about him? CEOs who do deep work, they are abreast of the developments. So Bhavya Johari, he got 10 gold medals today in Nalsar. Has somebody heard about Nalsar? Law school? Got 10 medals. Why? Studied well. But when somebody asked that, okay, whom would you like to thank? He said, I would like to thank my friends because it is they who actually encouraged me to do better. And if you have good friends and good relationships, you can achieve what you want to achieve. So I want you to keep this thought with you and move forward a little bit because as such, my time has got limited due to an overlap from the previous session. The second thing which I want to impress upon you is about technology. All right, we all talk about AI, right? But remember, AI is not the answer. AI is a tool. Technology was there during my time also. And I used to do online learning in 1971. I was in my first class. Okay, and that time the radio used to be the technology, the remote learning. I would tune into BBC and Voice of America. But today it has changed. Today the technology is on your fingertips. How do you leverage the technology? You have to learn every day. All right. So is there somebody here who has taken a course on AI or who's learning about AI? Anybody? What is artificial intelligence? The CEOs who do deep work, they read every day. So each one of you is a potential CEO. Each one of you. But if you want to go there, you have to do something. You have to leverage the technology. Because technology is power. In this room today, if I ask you a question, I tell you there will be some people who will be able to answer it faster than you. Why? Because they have a beautiful device in their hands, which is not just meant for social networking, but it is also to get the answers faster. Today, technology and knowledge is available with everybody. but how do you use the technology to get faster results? For example, do you remember the COVID times? We all were scared? Yes or no? And who got us the vaccines? Who got us the vaccines? Were they humans or they were gods? Humans, right? And aren't we humans? Somebody amongst us would get us the vaccine. But how did they get the vaccine faster than others? Because every day people were dying. It was because they were able to leverage technology and knowledge to get faster results. So if you want to be a CEO, or if you want to be a successful person, tomorrow you have to start today. It is like an investment. Every day you have to learn something new about technology. How can you get the answers faster? I'm sure in your schools you would have certain protocols for artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence cannot take the creativity from you. You have to tell the artificial intelligence what you want, how much you want, and then it will be able to help you. So remember that artificial intelligence is only a tool, it is not you. Your creativity on how to leverage it is something going to get better. If you like social media, then become an ace in social media. Know how it works. Be curious. So that is another thing which I would like to tell you, because it is the skills which save lives. You know, how many of you have heard of Kargil operations of the Indian Air Force? Many of you? We didn't have the technology, we didn't have the skill, but it was done in 96 hours. When people learned how to deliver a laser-guided bomb to move the people out of Tiger Hills. But what machines didn't do it, it was humans behind the machines who did it. So they developed a way, they devised a way. What are the skills that you are developing today? If you know how to, a skill could be as simple as shaving your head and not going to the barber. Or it could be as good as learning something at home which you can teach the people. I'm sure you're living in communities, you have domestic help and servants who have children, you can teach them. Probably they can make lives better for you. Because you are fortunate, you are lucky. To sit here, consider yourself lucky because you are amongst only 8% Indians who have 4 things. A TV, a house, a car, or a vehicle to drive, and a good place to learn. Alright, so do not waste time, and not only this, even I gave you the example of COVID. Learn something new every day, because today the employees would like you to be relevant to them. Alright, now let's move on. How many of you say, I wish I had more time? I'm glad that you're very, very candid. You say you wish you had more time. But tell me one thing, can I have more than 24 hours in a day? Nope. Who was that? Great. Okay. No, I cannot have more than 24 hours. So what I am trying to say, when I say I wish I had more times, if I can't get more times, then what would I do? There are always more number of good things to do than our capacity to deliver. So actually what I mean to say is, I wish I could do more in the given time, right or wrong? Thank you, sir. I wish I could do more than what I am doing today, because the time is same. And how can we do that? We have to, how can you do more things in the given amount of time? Can you do all the things in the given amount of time? Yes or no? No, right? But do you see that even the successful CEOs, even the successful leaders, even the successful teachers and your seniors whom you admire, they have time to go play football, they have time to go for a Coldplay kind of a concert or whatever. Isn't it? How do they do that? Skill yourself. Two things I would tell you, you can note down. Because we don't have the time to do all those activities. One is called Pareto principle. P-A-R-E-T-O. Pareto principle. And the other thing is called Pomodoro technique. P-O-M-O-D-O-R-O. Pomodoro technique. All right. Now, tell me one thing. Suppose you would find something very interesting. Only 20% of your friends on Facebook would give you likes. Out of 100%, the likes that come to you on your Facebook are mostly from the 20% friends. Right or wrong? Isn't it? So there was this scientist who found that 20% of the business in his company was coming from, 80% of the business in his company was coming from 20% people. 80% of the defects in machines one company found is coming from 20% of the equipment. If you relate it to your own life, most of the problems that you have come from 80% of the things that you do. You need to focus on the 20% which are giving you 80% output. So in a day, you have to focus on what are the most important things. And what you need to do now, in the morning when you get up, think of top 3 things that you need to do and finish them off by the time you go to bed. Read more about the Pareto principle and you will get to know. 80% of things that you do would not get you results. It is 20% of the things that you do would get you 80% of the results. In companies, they say 80% of the output comes from 20% employees. All right, so focus on the most important things. You have only 24 hours. Because if you do not focus on the important things, those important things will become an emergency. For example, if you do not exercise every day, what will happen? Tomorrow you may fall sick. You may have diabetes type 2. Right? So health is a priority. If you need to do well in your homework and studies, prioritize that in your daily work. And the second thing is Pomodoro technique. Why I am saying Pomodoro technique is because what happens is our attention span is reduced. You know the scroll speed with which we used to scroll the smartphones? It has become almost less than 8 seconds now, and even lesser. Earlier it used to be something like 25 seconds or so. Because people want instant things. And our attention span is reducing. So what can we do? Bucket your focus time into 20 minutes. Do something with high focus. Like we said, deep work. You are in the zone. When you are most attentive, read your books, do your assignment for 20-25 minutes, take a 5 minutes break. Then again do for 20-25 minutes, then take a 10 minutes break. And you would find that it will make a difference. It is your habit which will make you successful. And these habits actually make the CEO successful. Okay? Who has heard of Noah Leela? The fastest human on earth. You've heard? Very good. Wonderful. Who's Noah Leela? He's the fastest guy. No? Noah Leela, ladies and gentlemen, is a chap who won the 100 meters event in Olympics, in Paris Olympics. In how many seconds? Something like 9.7 or something, if I'm not wrong. But I want to talk to you about Noah Leela a little more. The reason being, when he started the race, when they pulled the trigger on the gun, his response time was the slowest. His response time was 0.175 millisecond. He was the slowest person to take off. At 30 meters, and you can read this in your when you Google it, At 30 meters, he was the 8th one. He was 8th in the race. Almost 1/3 race is over. At 60 meters, he was number 4. And when the race finished, he had a tie with another person from Jamaica. So these days you have a third empire. So when they saw this guy won the race by 1/4000th of a second, 1/4000th of a second, he was declared a winner. He trained for 4 years to win by 1/4000th of a second. Can you imagine? Now, that is not what is interesting. The interesting thing is, when they spoke to him, they found out that he was suffering with depression. He was asthmatic from his childhood. He had COVID just a week before he ran the race. And because COVID protocol was not on, they didn't know. I mean, they didn't check and all that. So he was permitted. Despite being dyslexic, despite having depression, asthmatic, down with COVID and other things, he won the race. So normally the media would go to them and they asked, okay, tell us something about how, with all these problems, how could you manage? And I'm telling you, this is one of the most profound statements that I've heard from anyone in years. He said, what I am today does not stop me from becoming what I can. Okay, what you are today does not stop you from becoming what you can. And that calls for a lot of discipline and deep work. Because what you do every day, you will become that. If you're a liar, you'll become a liar. If you are punctual, you'll become punctual. This is the time. If you read today, every day, you will become very knowledgeable when you go. Pick up the practices today for becoming a winner, because he trained 4 years for a 1/4000th of a second. Develop those habits and rigors. The other thing is, remember all the unicorns. You're sitting in T-Hub. A lot of startup ideas come here and all that. All the unicorns, all the successful people who've actually reached somewhere where they are is because they did something differently. Otherwise, everybody is same. Each one of you is different. That's another story altogether. You're created different. Your trump, your bump is your trump. I always say that. When you have an obstacle, when you have a challenge, that challenge is an opportunity for you. But for that, you need to show up. When you show up, the entire universe is with you. And try to do this. Next time, when there is a debate competition and you are feeling scared, go to your class teacher and say, I would like to debate. When there's an opportunity to participate in an event and be the program organizer or project manager, go to your teacher and say, I would like to be that. The thing which actually puts you back, the thing which actually makes you nervous, win over that. Slay your dragons. That is the kind of deep work that the CEOs have done in the past. And when I talk of CEOs, I'm not talking of the CEOs who sit at the corporate ladder, up the corporate ladder. I'm talking of the CEOs who lead very, very meaningful lives. So your bump, the area which makes you nervous is actually your trump card. It will make you successful. And if you don't do it now, let me tell you, when you reach my stage, you will not like to do it because you don't want to make a fool of yourself. That's another thing that I don't mind making a fool of myself even today. But be curious, be willing to make mistakes. And that is what will help you. Every one of you pushes your boundary. This guy that you see in the photograph is a guy called Bruce McCandless. What is he doing? He's the first human who in the space went without a tether. Yes, Bruce McCandless. He went without a tether. He was detached from that umbilical cord which connects him to the ship. Now he could have thought, why me? Why should I take a risk? His family members could have said, no, why do you want to do this? Somebody else would do that. Somebody else would save the carbon. Why should you be the net zero? Why should you worry about global warming? But he's a CEO in his own right, because what he's done, he's pushed the boundary. Because of people like him, we have moved even further. We are thinking of going to Mars. There's a scientist amongst us here from the Indian Space Research Organization. I wonder how many of you would take his numbers and spend some time with him, because these are the people who are actually giving us hope for sustainability for tomorrow. So let us celebrate him. Okay. So the first R was, what was the first R? Relationships. The second R is rigor. What is rigor? Rigor is something which you do consistently over a period of time. There's no difference between a person who becomes a CEO and who doesn't become a CEO. The only difference is CEO takes a small step every day consistently. If you keep hitting iron consistently at one place, one day it will break. There are many people who, start with a unicorn in mind, but you do not know the 999 stories. You only hear only one successful one, because they all gave up. Rigor is doing something consistently every day. The students who do good in school are not the most intelligent students. They are the students who have done something consistently, and because they are consistent, they do their homework, they get encouragement and appreciation, which actually makes them repeat their behavior. It's not just the rats, it's the humans also who do this kind of a thing. Positive reinforcements leads to repetition and improvement of behavior. So rigor is the key. Consistency is the key. Do we have the speaker? Okay, anyway, in case there's an issue with the... Have you seen this film where the person is not able to kill the dragon? Train your dragon. What was the lesson there? I want to listen from you. What did you find different in that movie? Two things. Anybody? Yes, ma'am? He slays the dragon ultimately. But initially he was frightened, right? Isn't it? Is it working now? Okay, anyway. But why was he able to do that? No, because do you realize that there was this friend of his who said, okay, you were not able to kill the dragon, but you were able to ride them. Am I right? You were able to ride them. If you look for strengths in people, you will be able to develop them. So that people, the CEOs who do deep work, they actually find strengths in people. They do not find faults. Hey, you cannot do this. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a mess. You must feel horrible. You've lost everything. Your father, your tribe, your best friend.
Thank you for summing that up. Why couldn't I have killed that dragon when I found him in the woods? Would have been better for everyone.
Yep, the rest of us would have done it. So why didn't you? Why didn't you?
I don't know. I couldn't.
That's not an answer.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because I want to remember what you say right now.
Oh, for the love of it. I was a coward. I was weak. I wouldn't kill a dragon.
You said wouldn't that time.
Okay, whatever. I wouldn't. 300 years, and I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
First to ride one, though. So...
I wouldn't kill him because he looked as frightened as I was. I looked at him, and I saw myself.
I bet he's really frightened now. What are you gonna do about it?
Probably something stupid.
Good, but you've already done that.
Then something crazy.
That's more like it.
Two things like I was mentioning. One is, of course, you need to have people who actually see good in you. You need to connect with people who find strengths in you. Not always it will happen, but at least you can be the one who can find strengths in others, in your teams. So that is another deep work. And the second thing is, if you do, reasonable people get reasonable results. Unreasonable people get the entire universe. Remember this. You have to do something unreasonable, which does not mean you have to do something crazy, which is dangerous. Of course, you can do it with the help of someone, but you have to do something which has not been done before, like Bruce McCandless did. You're reasonable. If you do everything every day, you do things that you do every day, you will get everyday results. But if you do something differently, you will get unreasonable results and better results. So this is a very, very potent example of not only cheering your team and finding strengths in people, but also going beyond the frontiers where nobody has ever gone. All right, let's move forward. The last point which I want to tell you is about what we become and how we become. Our experiences actually define what we become. If you have never had an experience of flying, you would never know. If you have never eaten a pizza and all your life you have been eating chapatis, you will not know what it is. It is only after you have multiple experiences, when you include other experiences in your life, you actually become a deep learning CEO, as they call it. And I keep repeating that. This lady was 17 years old when she was going in an aircraft with her mother to meet her father in the Amazon rain jungles. Okay, she took a flight from Peru and the aircraft crashed. They fell 10,000 feet. Everybody died. She was the only girl, Julian Kipka, who survived. Okay, and when she woke up, she found that there was mayhem everywhere, aircraft parts, and nobody survived. Her mother lay there in Amazon rain jungle, dead next to her. Can you imagine her condition? Her parents were actually scientists in the Amazon rainforest. You can read the story, Julian Kipka. There's a book on her. But when they found out, it's a beautiful story you can read because we have limitation of time. And they asked her what actually helped her, because she survived in the rain jungle for 7 days and 7 nights. When I talk of Amazon rain jungle, what comes to your mind? Anaconda, right? But when she talked about her experience, she said, my parents, when they were growing up, I was in a jungle. I knew which berries to eat, which not to eat. I knew that my father once told me that if you are lost in a jungle, just pick up small rivulet, some stream somewhere. It'll lead to a bigger stream, it'll lead to a bigger river, and it'll lead you to some habitation. Amongst the wild animals, she survived for 7 days and 7 nights at the age of 17. She's a doctor now. She's gone back to the rainforest and she works there. Dr. Kipka. All I'm trying to tell you is, go for experiences, because if you do not have experiences, you will not broaden your outlook. What you learn now would give you the fortitude and resilience to do things. Otherwise, people who keep sitting at home are the most stuck people. You will find they are the ones who are not able to connect with people. They are the ones who have the problems. And when you become a CEO, don't sit in your cabin. Go and meet people. Get new experiences. Learn from some youngster. You can learn. Maybe you are in class 10th or 12th. You can learn from somebody who's in class 5th or 6th also. Develop those habits now for a success later as a deep learning or deep work CEO. Do we have the media? Do we have the sound? Do we have the sound?
Morning, everyone! Who does it look like?
It looks like me.
That's right. I want you to do everything that you can to knock your toy down. Who is the strongest in class? Jeron, come on up, please. I'm going to give Jeron a prop, and he's going to try to knock it off the table. Ready, Jeron? Okay, children, who can tell me what it means to have resilience? Yes, Paige?
Resilience means if you make the toy fall down, it'll come back up very, very fast.
Very nice.
So the third R is resilience. And when you have tough experiences, don't be scared of failing. Don't be scared of falling down. You need to bounce back and get up. There's been a lot of stress. And I can tell you one thing, nobody has died of stress so far. Nobody dies of stress. The people who say the others who say people die of stress are the people who are not able to recover from stress. So what is that you do every day to recover from stress? Do you play? Do you connect with people? Do you do something which is difficult to do? Because resilience is like an elastic band. You keep stretching it, but it has the ability to bounce back. You should have that ability to fall down and get up and bounce back and handle your stress. Because only when you can handle your stress, you will be a CEO who can do deep work. Resilience, you have built over a period of time during the COVID also, right? In the first wave, when the first wave came, everybody was scared, what will happen to me? But by the time the second wave came, people said, doesn't matter, we will take care of it. Because you had built some kind of a resilience. When you overcome your fears, then suddenly things seem to be nothing. I remember the first time I jumped in my academy from a 10-meter board in the swimming pool. Okay. Till somebody pushed me. And when somebody pushed me, till that time I was very afraid, what will happen to me? Then somebody pushed me, I was afraid of falling. Then I hit the water. Then I was afraid whether I would survive or not. Then I found I was coming back. I was able to breathe. And suddenly I found it's all very nice. I wanted to do it again. And now I want to jump again and again. When you tackle your fears, you're able to build that resilience. So do difficult tasks. Go out, trek, help your parents in doing tough work. Because this is the time. Do it in schools. Start a garden. Something that you do every day. Because doing makes you resilient. Only worrying doesn't. And that is what we saw. All right. So what are the issues that you can possibly lead in your school? If you want to be a CEO, the deep work starts now. There's so many things that you can lead. You don't have to be a prefect or the school head or anybody. You can be anybody. Everybody can do something. You can be a radio jockey also, and yet you can be a successful person, provided you do what you feel like doing. Unless you experience, you will not know what you like. Only when you experience, you would know what you like. So what is your brand? That is my question to you. What is your promise? A brand is a promise. When you buy an iPhone, when you buy a MacBook, or when you buy a Ray-Ban or any other kind of a shade, what is the promise? That promise is the brand. Yeah. I started 15 minutes late. I'm only taking 10 minutes. I think I'm fair. Okay. So blame it on the previous. Okay. So, no, I'm finishing in 2 minutes. So, remember one thing. My question to you is, when somebody deals with you, what is the promise that you're making to that person? Are you making a promise that you have integrity, you have honest, you can be a good friend, you're a dependable person? Yes or no? So create your own brand. What is this brand? And what are the 3 R's? Relationship, rigor, and resilience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oops. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on deep work. Your expertise has empowered our leaders to optimize productivity. Can I have a big round of applause for sir? Now I could request.
I think that is because the session has ended.
No. Is it because the session ended? You did have a good time, right? Yes. Can I please request Anjot ma'am, all years coordinator, to come on stage to honor our speaker for today? Thank you so much. Lovely. Audience has been great. Thank you so much. You know, when you clap for someone, it just makes them feel so special. I love claps. Okay, now don't clap for me. We have time. Coming up next, we have any guesses? Drama, yes. Okay, so we have Nishumbata, the School of Drama, and the director, Dr. Ram Mohan. Put your hands together for Nishumbata, the drama school, please. Kids, how was your session with Anam Mirza? Social media? Good? You had a good time? Good.
Stunning it is. I'm sure everybody is loving it.
Everybody had a good time. So how many social media influencers am I seeing? 1, 2. Only 2? 3, 4. That's it? 5. Okay, it's slowly rising, those hands. Wonderful. let me tell you a little about Dr. Ram Mohan. Dr. Ram Mohan, he has a unique blend of drama and social responsibility in his plays. His commitment to empowering vulnerable groups and promoting empathy resonates deeply. Now, the play that you're going to see is going to be really going to touch your hearts. So make sure you're seated and you pay attention to every detail that's showcased.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 check, check. Hello, hello, hello. hello, 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 check, hello, check, hello, check, hello, hello. Hello, hello, check. 1, 2, 3, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. 1, 2, 3, hello, check, check. Off.
Children, we request you to settle down. The play is about to start and nobody should use the stairs to come down. Just stay put for a few minutes. Everybody please settle down. Nice. Boys, please sit down. No movement on the staircase now. Thank you.
Mic testing 1, 2, 3. Hello? Hello, hello. Hello? This. Mic a bit closer.
Hello.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Dinak dinak din dinak dinak din dinak dinak din 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 ta dinak dinak din dinak dinak din dinak dinak din 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 ta dinak dinak din dinak dinak din dinak dinak din 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 ta dinak dinak din dinak dinak din dinak dinak din 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 ta
अरे निखिल जी
दिनाक दिनाक दिन
रामन्ना
दिनाक दिनाक दिन
प्रीति जी
दिनाक दिनाक दिन
सिद्धि खन्ना
दिनाक दिनाक दिन
आड़ चूड़
dinak din dinak dinak din 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 ta. Dinak dinak din dinak dinak din dinak dinak din 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 ta. दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन 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 ता.
अरे नाटक करने, अरे ड्रामा करने, तुम्हें हंसाने, अरे तुम्हें रुलाने.
नाटक करने, ड्रामा करने, तुम्हें हंसाने, तुम्हें रुलाने. आ गए हम निशुम्बिता, आ गए हम निशुम्बिता. दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन 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 ता. दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन 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 ता. दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन 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 ता. दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन दिनक दिनक दिन 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 ता. Hey, 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 hey.
Dominant you are.
Drugs.
Dreaded you are.
Drugs.
Deadly you are.
Drugs.
Depth you get.
Drugs.
Risky it is.
Drugs.
Ruthless it is.
Drugs.
Rotten it is.
Drugs.
Ripped you shall be.
Drugs.
Arch it is.
Drugs.
Ugly it is.
Drugs.
Unsafe it is.
Drugs.
Unthinkably kills you.
Drugs.
Gory it is.
Drugs.
Ghastly it is.
Drugs.
Gruesome it is.
Drugs.
And grossly you should die.
Drugs.
Savage you become.
Drugs.
Sinister you become.
Drugs.
Shameless you become.
Drugs.
Scandalous you become.
Drugs.
D for
Death.
R for
Correct.
U for
Unthinkable.
G for gruesome.
Yes for
Savage.
yes.
Drugs. 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 Hey. 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 Hey.
दम मारो दम, मिट जाए गम, बोलो सुबह शाम. दम मारो दम, मिट जाए गम, बोलो सुबह शाम. Drugs give you high.
High.
Drugs give you sigh. Sigh. Drugs squeeze you dry.
Dry.
Drugs make you cry. But still you want to just buy.
Bye.
Have you ever thought, why?
Why? Because it gives me status.
Status.
It gives me happiness.
Happiness. It gives me fun.
Fun.
It gives me joy.
Joy.
So why not enjoy?
Not enjoy.
I'm stress free.
I'm stress free.
Nasha. I feel liberated and free.
Nasha.
No more teasing and taunting.
Nasha. No more fear and pressure. Nasha. My life, my status. Nasha. My fantasy world. Nasha. My dream world. Nasha.
VE is equal to 2gm by r, VG is equal to root over 2gm by r, VG is equal to 2 root over 2gm by r. I can't do this anymore. This can't happen.
Oh, yes, of course, I will be there. Yes, yes, yes. In the party, definitely. Okay, bye-bye. See you.
Mom, Dad, I can't do this with all these subjects. I need help.
Hello. We are paying in lakhs and you're going to the most reputed school. What do your teachers do? Teachers do. Teachers do. Teachers do.
What about your tuition classes?
Tuition classes. Tuition classes. Tuition classes.
Mom, Dad, I can't do this. I need to focus. I need help. Please, please, please.
Sorry, beta. I have a party to attend. मुझे तो जाना होगा. And you are a topper. You can sort it out. Party.
Sorry, beta. I have a business meeting. I'm in a hurry. Go seek help from your friends. And my son is a topper, so he will figure it out. Bye. Topper, topper, topper. Absolutely no support, but only expectations. I can't do this anymore. Bloody hell. I need help. हेलो हेलो यार रॉनी एग्जाम सर पर है और मैंने कुछ नहीं पढ़ा आई हैव ऑलरेडी मिस सो मेनी सेशंस दिस टाइम आई नीड हेल्प यार प्लीज डू समथिंग ना
Hey, topper! Are you scared? Come on, bro, you shall top this time too.
Bro, you too. Please, bro, I really haven't read anything this time. I need help. Please say something.
ठीक है. You come, let's have a sleepover.
Sleepover.
Hey, topper! Party popper!
Hey, bro, you said we shall study, but what is all this substance, alcohol? I shall leave.
ओए पढ़ाकू कितना पढ़ेगा चल यार कभी तो ब्रेक ले ले
Hey, bookworm! You are the best, but here you are the worst. Always study. What is the use, buddy?
Chill, bro. Take this pill, bro. If you take this, bro, you shall grow and grow and grow. अरे हो ये तो पप्पू है
अरे ये तो हलवा है हलवा
नहीं चोमू है चोमू
Loser. Look, enough. I have to study. I shall leave.
अबे किधर जा रहा फट गई क्या
Not only studies, you need guts to do the drugs.
You are a loser, बच्चा जाके माँ पापा को गोदी में जाके सो जा loser chomo
I am not a loser. I am not a loser. I'm a topper. I'm a topper everywhere. You all dared me, right? You all dared me, right? Now you shall see. Now you shall see. See. I am not a loser. I'm not a loser. I'm a topper. I'm not a loser.
Not a loser, 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 not a loser. Hey, 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 hey. Tock, tick, tick, 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 tock.
नशा ही नशा है,
टिक टिक टक, टिक टिक टक,
लेते ही मजा है,
टिक टिक टक, टिक टिक टक,
सब कुछ ही ताजा है,
टिक टिक टक, टिक टिक टक,
चाहे कोई वजह है,
टिक टिक टक, टिक टिक टक,
यही हमारा ख्वाजा है,
टिक टिक टक, टिक टिक टक,
और सब बेवजह है,
टिक टिक टक, टिक टिक टक,
नशा ही नशा है,
टिक टिक टक,
अब मौत ही सजा 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 है।
टिक टिक टक.
हाँ, मौत ही सजा है. Toppers, intelligent students, normal students, as young as 7th and 8th graders are falling prey to drugs.
Pray, pray, pray.
Negligence by parents.
Negligence.
Overambitious parents.
Overambitious.
Very strict and authoritative parents.
Authoritative.
Parents' expectations.
Expectations. Expectations. Expectations. Expectations.
Is leaving us with no option but to find solace in drugs.
We don't want to end our lives. We don't want to be addicted to drugs, but we are forced to.
So please, friends, parents, and teachers, help us.
Help us. Help us. Help us.
Hey, 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 hey,
Wow, यार क्या मजा आ गया. You guys nailed it, man. Wow.
అవును ఊరోషి నీ డాన్స్ అద్భుతం. I just love the way how you're enjoying yourself.
అద్భుతం.
Come on, guys. It's Amit's turn.
Amit, 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 Amit.
Fine, guys. No, I shall not do this. Sniffing the powder and puffing, it's not for me. Come on, guys, please.
Come on, Amit. Come on, Amit. Prove it you're a man.
Times two. It's really chill. Trust me. You can do it too. Amit.
Amit,
Amit. Amit. Amit.
It's fun, bro.
Just try it once. You want to be part of a team, right?
Come on, Amit. We 10th graders shall prove it to our seniors that we are no less than them. Come on.
Come on.
Give me something else as a task. I shall do it. But this nasha wala thing, no, never.
अरे बच्चे को दूध पिलाओ रे.
Hey, Sissy, look at us. You don't have any, huh?
Look, partying is fine. But remember, it's not right. We are school student guys.
अरे बाप रे, देखो देखो, बिल्कुल हमारे प्रिंसिपल सर की तरह. Students, always remember, you are school children. तू तो मर्द ही नहीं है बे. And you want to be in our team, है?
See, you keep complaining and nagging, huh? We come from good families. We belong to well-to-do families. We should maintain our dignity, boy.
This proves who we are. Yes, we belong to high class. And this is all common.
Yeah. अरे middle class melodies, ओपेस को निकले दने. Loser, 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 loser,
No, I'm not a loser. I'm not a loser. मैं भी किसी से कम नहीं. मैं भी किसी से कम नहीं.
आज की रात होना है क्या, आना है क्या, होना है क्या, आज की रात होना है क्या, करना है क्या. Reason might be peer pressure.
Peer pressure, tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Reason might be family pressure.
Family pressure, tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Reason might be study pressure.
Study pressure, tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Reason might be breakups.
Breakups, tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Reason might be fights and arguments.
Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Happen between families and friends.
Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Reason might be anything in this world.
Anything. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
But substance abuse is not the solution.
Not the solution. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Do you want to die before you live?
Do you? Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Friends, let at least now open your eyes.
Open your eyes. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Do not fall for the trap.
Do not. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
The world is better without drugs.
Without drugs. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
A world shall be happy without drugs.
Happy without drugs. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
For temporary happiness, you will lose timeless happiness.
Timeless happiness. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Let's fight against drugs with all our might.
All our might. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Let's kick drugs out of our sight.
Our side. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Let's put a noose around the drugs and pull it tight.
Pull it tight. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Let's kill these drugs and prove ourselves right.
Prove ourselves right. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Let's make our futures once again bright.
Once again bright. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Let's save our loved ones before it's too late.
Before it's too late. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Drugs shall not dictate our fate.
Dictate our fate. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
Say no to drugs.
Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Say no to drugs.
Say no to drugs. Thank you everyone for watching our performance. Hope you all liked it.
check. A big round of applause for Nishumbita, the School of Drama. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your talents and passion with us. Your performances not only entertained but also educated and inspired us. Now I'd like Trupti ma'am, Sindhu ma'am, Aarti ma'am, and Sunita ma'am to please come on stage and honor the artist. Mr. Ram, yes, please. The director of the dance school. Sorry, the drama school. The drama school. Can I request everyone who's from the same theater group to please come on stage? Could you please join us, please?
That's Shatanik and Ravi.
Mr. Ravi and Mr. Chaitanik. We also have Mr. Srinivas from the Narcotics Department. Sir, would you please come on the stage? He would like to say a few words.
Very good evening, everyone. I am Mr. Srinivas. I came from Telangana Anti-Narcotic Bureau. I am Inspector of Police. So I would like to say a few words in front of you. So I saw the street play now. It's very effective and very nice. Now I want to tell you one thing to you. Nowadays, the drug menace is going very dangerously into our country. The Punjab state mostly affected with drugs. Now I think 50% of youth in Punjab completely affected with drugs. Now our central government started a mission that is Nasha Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. Now the targets are 3 to that mission. One is enforcement and second one is awareness. The third one is de-addiction and rehabilitation. Our state government carry forward that mission to our state, and now we started here and named as the mission Parivartana. So the Telangana state government started enforcement, for which established a department, that is the Telangana Anti-Narcotic Bureau, now headed by our director, Sir Sandeep Sandilya, sir. So we are continuously conducting raids on different places, including pubs and some isolated places, and some daily we are doing some enforcement activities in the state. Now I request all of you, only we are not enough to fight against drugs. I request some cooperation from you. So I would like to give our toll-free number 1908. If anyone affected with drugs, if anybody want to for de-addiction or any information you are having, so please share with us. Our toll-free number is 1908 and our control room number is 8712671111. So I request all of you, please always oppose drugs and say strongly, say no to drugs. Say strongly, say, please, all of you say no to drugs strongly. Say no to drugs. No to drugs. All of you, I request, please say no to drugs. Say no to drugs. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much, sir. Everyone, please be seated. We have a special band playing after this, so you have to be seated, right? Are you excited? Yes, all right. So please be seated. Now I'd like to request premier students Kamil, Yuvika, Aaron and Samyukta to escort Sinduri Reddy ma'am, founder and managing director of the Premier Academy. A big round of applause, please. Now we all recognize her. We've seen her sometimes in school. She's always been a part of the school and all our lovely events, ma'am. With a keen interest in education, Ms. Sinduri spearheads the Premier Academy with prudence. Her focus is to help students and teachers both to adapt to the ever-changing world of the 21st century. She is the Premier's strongest pillar.
Good evening, everyone. How are you guys keeping up after the performance? Was it too intense? All right, after this, you'll have a band performing for you. So hopefully you'll have a lot of fun there. Guys, just remember, you don't need drugs to have fun. You'll need friends to have fun. On that note, let's begin the closing note. Today, we stand before you with a challenge, an invitation, and a call to action. Let's elevate ourselves to the highest possible state of being. Let's get high on life. The word high here is not just a simple adjective or a verb. It is a state of mind, a dynamic force, and a way of being. It's the catapult that moves us from knowledge to wisdom, from fear to courage, from want to benevolence, from judgment to compassion. But most of all, it moves us from ambition to purpose. What does it mean to get high on life? Let's take it one step at a time.
The first stage stands for health and happiness. These are the twin pillars of a life well lived. Without health, we have nothing. Without happiness, we are merely existing. The energy to chase dreams, the resilience to rise after every fall, all begin with a strong foundation of health and happiness. Happiness is a choice, a state of being we create by living in the present and finding joy in everything. When we prioritize our health and happiness, we open the door to a vibrant, energized life. When we focus on our health and happiness, life becomes a celebration. This is the first step to getting high on life. Choose to be healthy. Choose to be happy. Invest in yourself.
Check, check. Next comes I, which stands for integrity and initiative. Integrity is about being true to yourself and doing the right thing, even when it's hard. It's what builds trust and respect, not just from others, but from within. The high that we get from living with integrity is a quiet but profound strength. It's the peace in knowing that you did the right thing and stayed true to yourself, unshaken, uncompromised, and grounded in your values. Now, imagine what happens when you add initiative to this. It's about taking the first step, making that first move. May it be a small action or a big leap. It's what shapes dreams into reality. Initiative is the spark that ignites change, daring to do when others seem to hesitate. So, when you have the courage to live with integrity and initiative, you become a force of nature, shaping your destiny, inspiring and uplifting society as a whole. Now, I want you to ask yourself, is there really a greater high than that?
The G represents generosity and gratitude. These two are the real game changers. Generosity isn't about wealth or grand gestures. It's about giving from the heart. It's sharing your time, offering a helping hand, making an effort, or simply being kind. The more you give, the more your own life gets enriched. In a world that often feels divided, there is nothing more powerful and unifying than generosity. It is the act of giving, of lifting others as you climb, and of spreading light wherever you go. It elevates you and strengthens you from the inside out. And it is in gratitude that we find the true meaning of abundance. Gratitude shifts our perspective from what's lacking to what's already there. When we live in a state of gratitude, every challenge becomes an opportunity and every obstacle becomes a stepping stone. It transforms scarcity into abundance, stress into joy, and frustration into contentment. Together, these qualities create a ripple effect of true empowerment.
And now, the final hatch, which is perhaps the most crucial: hustle and hope. Hustle is about grit. It's about pushing yourself through the grind even when it seems impossible. It's the relentless efforts in pursuit of your dreams. It's what wakes you up at 5 in the morning when the world's still asleep. It's what keeps you going even when the world seems stacked against you. But we all know, perhaps from experience, perhaps deep within ourselves, that hustle without hope is hollow. Hope is the flame that lights the way. It is the belief that the road, no matter how difficult, no matter how perilous, the destination, the goal that you set, will always make it worth it. Hustle powers your progress, but hope is the one that sustains your spirit. Together with hustle and hope intertwined, we can call it the yin and yang of success. Together, there's no mountain too steep and no challenge too great. And so, as we close this day, we leave you with this.
Wake with the sun, let spirit take flight. With health in your soul and joy in your sight. Live with integrity, always be true. Take the first step, the power's in you.
Give with your heart, let kindness flow. Be grateful for all the blessings you know. Hustle with passion, let hope be your guide, and watch your dreams unfold far and wide. There is no better way, no better strive, than to rise each day and get high on life.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamil, Samyukta, Yuvika, and Aaron. I think the clap say it all. Do we believe in getting a high on life this way? Do we believe? Yes, no, maybe? Do we believe in getting a high on life like this? Are we sure? Doesn't seem to a very sure yes. Come on, I know we are already reaching to the end of the day. Shall we make this a way of life? Yes? Thank you. And what did we start the day with yesterday? Go live. Thank you. And remember, this is how we are going to get high on life. Thank you, dear students. Yeah, please. And now, there is a person behind this entire movement. A person who's the mastermind, the curator of YOLO. Who is that? And the lead person out here is Sinduri ma'am. With gratitude in our hearts, we extend a warm welcome to our managing director and founder, Sinduri ma'am, on the stage. Come on, children, let the claps keep going as we cheer. We request Tripti ma'am, our principal, and Aarti ma'am, our co-founder, to felicitate Sinduri ma'am for tireless efforts in organizing such a beautiful, beautiful program. The incredible Student Summit. The valuable takeaways have truly made it a perfect launchpad for students to explore their potential and design their team. Claps must go on, children. I invite Ananya ma'am from Solvil Consulting for the content support along. Ananya ma'am, round of applause for her. I also invite the team from Solvil, Alad, Keetana, and Eliza. Alad, please join. Yes. As I said, the valuable takeaways have truly made this summit a perfect launchpad for students to explore their potential and design their dreams. We've gained insights into tomorrow's industries, evolving business landscapes, and emerging opportunities for growth. Keetana, Alad, Eliza, Ananya, led by Sinduri ma'am. Cheers for Team YOLO! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! We are truly, truly grateful. We invite the core team also onto the stage, please. Sunita ma'am, headmistress for senior school, Tanjot ma'am for early years, Ruchi ma'am for primary, and Subhadra ma'am for the middle school. The entire team out here. And you've seen so many people working behind the scenes, the computers, the people working on the LED, the presentations, Rashmi ma'am, Shweta ma'am, Soumya ma'am. Can we have all of them out here, please? Tripti ma'am wants everybody to be here. Omama ma'am, Nandika ma'am, Aarti ma'am, Aarti Khandelwal ma'am, please join us. All of you all are very, very important pillars who've supported us through and through. Please join us out here. Please. Yes. Do we have Shweta ma'am out here? Usha ma'am? Please join. Bhavna? Yes. Yeah. Nandika ma'am, I think. Pawan sir, Basit sir, the amount, wow, the cheers say it all. The operations and the transport and the support team, the admin team. Please join us. Basit sir, Pawan sir, Sakshi ma'am, Pawan sir, right here. Please join us. Ma'am, please join. Yes. I think they are in the marble waiting for us to join in out there. But once again, cheers for everybody. Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. And the biggest round of applause for all of you all for being a fantastic audience. And we can't forget the teachers and the parents who supported all of us out here. One round of applause for all of them. I know it was a Sunday and you've come with all the enthusiasm. Waking up in the morning, coming here, not easy, but you've done it. So thank you, dear teachers and parents, for accompanying them. Okay. We've had our mass media students, Samyukta and Shalini, doing the rounds and making sure stories are going up on the social media. Thank you, girls. You've kept the momentum going. And now, as we've always been doing, moving from Pinnacle to... Wow, you guys know it all. We're going to slowly moving. All right. The children, we've been good, we've been excellent. We're going to continue to be excellent, right? Just hang on there, just wait. We are going to go slowly to marble, and the students who've come in from the other schools, we are going to be handing over your participation certificates also. Please do not forget to collect them from Sakshi ma'am. Right. The in-charge teachers can meet Sakshi ma'am and collect the certificates. Yes, we'll slowly make way to the marble. The youngest of the lot, grades 7 and 8, moving to marble. Please ensure that you are not leaving any trace. You're not leaving any belongings out there. Check your space where you were sitting. Pick up your bags, water bottles, anything else that you got. See that we clear. And one more thing that reminds me, when you get your juice Tetra packs or your biscuits, remember where you're going to clear the trash. Yes, thank you. We'll make way straight to the marble now, all right? Yes. Arnav, thank you so much for looking out for others and clearing up whatever you found there. Thank you. Here,